Sweating, yeah.
Okay, we're live, President Ford.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. Welcome to the Salt Lake City School Board of Education. We've got all board members present and participating. Superintendent Madden, Business Administrator Kersley. We have District Policy and Legal Services Council. I don't know your title very well, Christina. I'm sorry, but thank you for joining us. We have our board counsel, Patrick Tanner, with us. Thank you for being here. And we also have our soon-to-be superintendent, Dr. Timothy Gadsden, joining us as well. We are here right now for the purpose of a closed executive session. I would be looking to take a motion for the closed executive session for the purpose of discussing litigation, negotiations, and property.
I'll make that. So I move that we go into closed executive session on April 6th, 2020 at 5:34 for the purpose of litigation, negotiations, and property.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Christy and a second by Nate to go into closed executive session for the purpose of discussing litigation, negotiations, and property. Any discussion to that? Let's go ahead and vote. We'll start with you, Hoali.
Hola, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. Thank you. We will now go ahead and okay, thanks. All right, it is 6:30. Let's get started. Larry, will you let me know when we're streaming? Okay. I'd like to welcome everybody to this Tuesday, April 6th, 2021 meeting of the Salt Lake City School District Board of Education. I'd like to welcome all of our board members who are participating, our interim superintendent Madden and business administrator Alan Kearsley. We also have in this meeting our superintendent-elect, Dr. Timothy Gadsden. Welcome to Dr. Gadsden. We also like to make sure that we welcome all of the representatives from our association groups, from SLCSD, that's Nicole Palmer, from SLEA, James Tobler, Buildings and Grounds. Welcome to Shay Olson. We have B. Alonzo representing Child Nutrition. I believe it's Terry Copa representing Transportation, and Steve Russo representing SLEOPA, and it's Cindy Mills who's the SLEOPA representative to the board. So welcome to all those representatives. We're happy to have you with us. And then we have many people participating in the meeting via Zoom, which who the superintendent will welcome and introduce in just a moment. Would like to take a minute, though, to have you all stand with me and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance. Please repeat. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. I'd now like to turn the time to the superintendent for some pretty exciting recognitions. Superintendent?
Okay, so the first we're going to start out, I'm going to turn it over to actually Desi Olson. And Desi, I think you had a couple of slides you wanted to show.
I did, thank you.
Okay, and Desi's going to tell you about the National Board certification, and it's super exciting. And she'll show you how wonderfully we do in that area.
Let me just, okay, is this working? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Fantastic. All right, first, I'd like to thank you so much for recognizing our new and renewed National Board Certified Teachers this evening, and for giving me a moment to tell you a little bit about the process and why it's so significant. One common theme among why Salt Lake City School District teachers pursue National Board Certification is because they want to be the best teachers they can be for our students. And as you read in the impact brief that I shared with you, research suggests that students of NBCTs demonstrate evidence of deeper learning nearly 3 times more frequently than their peers. And students of NBCTs gain 1 to 2 months of additional learning compared to peers in other classrooms. So rather than going through this entire presentation, which has already been shared with you, I'd like to just highlight a few things. First, our work, I love this quote by the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards President Becky Brookins. They've been phenomenal in really trying to support the work for teachers to pursue National Board Certification, and then to also lay some foundations for readying teachers to pursue National Board Certification. The work required of teachers to achieve National Board Certification is grounded in extensive teaching standards that include 25 different certificate areas and seven different developmental areas. And each certificate area and their corresponding teaching standards are framed by the National Board 5 core propositions, which describe what teachers should know and be able to do. The certification process is designed to collect standards-based evidence of accomplished practice. And what teachers need to do throughout the process is reflect and analyze their teaching practice by completing these 4 different components. The first is a 3-hour assessment of their content knowledge and skills to teach that content. The other 3 are classroom-based components where teachers follow student growth over time. They analyze and reflect on how their instructional practice positively impacts students' learning, and they look at data. So teachers not only gather evidence, but they analyze and reflect on student work, videos of themselves teaching, and a whole other slew of things to really look at how students are learning, who they are as learners, and how they can best meet their needs as learners. They voluntarily commit hundreds of hours to complete the requirements for an attempt at certification, and the process requires teachers to clearly and consistently show evidence that their teaching practice meets their certificate area teaching standards. And teachers can take up to 3 years to complete their initial attempt at certification. So finally, these statistics here are from the National Board, and they indicate the number of teachers who have ever certified in various districts across the state. We currently have 58 National Board certified teachers in our district, having lost some of the 69 that have certified in our district to retirement for the most part. What's important to note here is that the Salt Lake City School District was not the first district to have teachers achieve National Board Certification. In fact, of the districts listed, we were one of the last districts who had teachers embark on National Board Certification process. However, we are the district that has the strongest support system for candidates in Utah, and we consistently have the most number of teachers who pursue and achieve national board certification. And this is thanks to the incredible network of NBCTs that we have in our district who support candidates. And most importantly, it's thanks to you, the board, for your continued support. So for now, it's my privilege to introduce to you our new NBCTs, Anna Christiansen from Clayton, Macy Cook from Uinta, Lindsay Gish, a PAR coach, and our two renewed NBCTs, Kyle Dittmer at Highland and Melody Francis, a district math coach. Thank you so much.
And Desi, if our new teachers want to take 1 minute, they can certainly make a comment here. I'm going to call on them. Anna Christiansen.
The whole experience was challenging and rigorous, but some of the best professional development I've ever undergone. It made me a more reflective practitioner. I feel like I'm much more confident in my use of data. And a special thank you to Desi and the board for the program that they run to support the candidates. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Macy?
I would agree in saying that it was one of the most challenging things I've ever done. I feel like made my bachelor's degree look like child's play in comparison. But it was the most rewarding, and it made me feel so accomplished that I could tell my students that while they were learning, I was also learning and improving my profession as I was helping them to improve on their learning. And I'm excited to continue sharing with what I learned from national boards in the process with either future teachers or just my future classes.
Great. Thank you. Lindsay Gish.
I would also reiterate exactly what you guys just said. The best professional development experience I've ever had, far above any master's program I've ever done. And certainly appreciated the support of Desi along the way. So I'm very excited to be here and be representing national boards.
Thanks, Lindsay. Melody Francis.
I would totally agree with everyone, and I just renewed, so I looked back over the last 10 years of everything that I've done, and Desi really helped me a lot with this whole process, so I'm excited that we're all in this place together.
Great, thank you so much. And then I'm not sure if Kyle Oxford Dittmer was here or not. Is Kyle here? Okay, I don't think I saw Kyle. So congratulations to Kyle as well. And thanks to all of you. I mean, it's a lot of extra hard work. You're doing hard work all through your day. And I know that the national board process, it takes a lot more time. And but the skills that you take away and that you can share with others are helpful to the whole system. So thank you all so much. President Ford, I've got a bunch of students in the waiting room that I'm going to let in. And I think in the meantime, I'll turn it over to Susan Raymond, who is the debate coach from West High. And in the meantime, I will let in some of her wonderful students.
Good. I was worried because they've been texting me going, they're not letting me in. I've been in the waiting room for 10 minutes. So they're excited to join us as well.
Okay.
What Larry is doing right now is 30 of I have 48 members on my varsity debate team at West High School, 30 of which were selected to participate in a state championship. Of course, we had to go through regions. Hold on, my kids are wanting to know if they should continue to wait.
They are. I've let everyone in that's in the waiting room.
Oh, yeah. Now, okay. Now they're texting me to say I'm in.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
They're a conscientious group.
Okay. They are. They're
yes,
wonderful.
They are
wonderful, indeed. Wonderful students. I like them just a little bit. So, anyway, we were very blessed to first get through our region championships, where we won both in the speech and in the debate portion. For those of you who are familiar with debate, there's two different portions. There's also a third portion, which is Congress, which is a part of it as well. After we managed to win quite handily, I'm proud to say, our region, we went on to state and participated with all of the other 6A schools. Do you want me to say more, Larry?
No, that's fine. Do you have a couple of students that would like to say something? I think they've proven that they're certainly capable.
They are. So for those of you who may not have realized this, we did end up taking state championships in debate in 6A, and we now have several of these students who are continuing on at the national level as well to participate in several. As a matter of fact, this past weekend, one of our PF teams of Ronak Argwal and Brendan Young competed in the Utah Tournament of Excellence and actually won that. And so I'm very, very proud. These kids work very hard, and they're a lot of fun to work with. So I do have some of my captains, I believe, in here. Hannah, are you in? I can't see who's all
She is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hannah, would you mind? Yeah, why don't you go ahead and because I know Ethan wasn't able to come as well, but go ahead and open it up and tell them what the experience was like and what this means to our team.
Yeah, so I've been on the West debate team for 4 years. I'm the policy debate captain, which is just a specific event within the debate portion of the activity. And since I've been on the team for so many years, I've been able to see obviously how it's grown with the help of Miss Raymond as a coach, and just how much all the students on the team want to succeed and how we're all willing and want to work together to achieve our goals. Each year that I've been on the team, West has won state, I believe. We didn't have a state tournament last year, but we won.
We would have won.
Yes. So I think it's been really just rewarding and awesome to see how hard our team has worked as a whole. I think there's a lot of collaboration between many different events and between all of the different categories of the activity, and how everyone just wants to succeed and is able to communicate with each other, support each other, and encourage each other. I think it was just really both emotional and exciting to see that we won this year, particularly because obviously we were met with a lot of obstacles in terms of the coronavirus and online debate, and we were able to push through and attend, I think, like upwards of 60 tournaments throughout the season.
We did 67.
Oh yeah, so more than
6 tournaments. 100% of them were online. A lot of these kids have not seen each other in person. We've not met together as a team since we left in March of last year, and some of the members that compete as teams with partners have not met each other either. So it's even more exciting because we were the only school that did 100% of our work and training and education and everything through Zoom. Yeah. I'm sorry, Hannah, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just am so proud of you guys.
You're totally fine. I think it's just really impressive, and I'm just really proud of this team that we've been able to overcome those obstacles and do so well at online tournaments, like fully online tournaments. And I'm just really grateful to be a part of this team. I'm sad to be graduating, but for everyone who's here, just thank you for all of the experiences and working so hard. I know that everyone who's going to continue debating next year will do really great, and I'm excited to see what everyone does on the national circuit and the local circuit. So thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. And thanks to you, Susan. We know the importance of having a great coach, that it matters a lot. And thanks to all the kids. We appreciate all you do representing West High, but really all you do representing our school district. You're wonderful. And thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a well-deserved recognition, and it's great to hear from students and to see your faces. Thank you for joining us.
You're all welcome to leave
Congratulations.
anytime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was great. That's a rewarding thing to see, the great things our teachers are up to and the great things our students are up to. We'll move on to the consent agenda. And I'm happy to take a motion on the consent.
I'll go ahead and do it. It's too long, nobody wants to do it.
Mhm.
Okay, so move that we accept the consent agenda consisting of the purchasing account reports, which is the
Can you move
purchasing-
your microphone a little
Oh.
bit up? Sorry.
Is it what?
Your microphone just a little bit up.
This way. I'm
There you
sorry.
go.
Thank you, Holly. Okay. I move that we accept the consent agenda, which consists of the purchasing and reports, the purchasing report in Excel format, budget report for February 2021, payment voucher report, school financial report, February 28, 2021, human resource services report, minutes for the board meeting March 2nd, 2021, minutes for the board meeting March 16th, 2021, board policies, new revisions and deletions, board policy C2, visitors to the school, G1, administrative responsibilities, G18, complaint resolution process, policy I1, basic educational program, college and career readiness, P4, discipline of district employees, S2, student records, privacy rights and release and information, S3, student conduct and discipline, S11, student electronic devices in schools.
Thank you, Christine. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So that's motioned by Christy and seconded by Nate. Do I have discussion to the motion on the consent agenda?
Melissa, I would just like to thank our board policy and legal. I just had a brain cramp. Christina Kendall on the great work that she does around our board policies and how well our meetings have been going. So I'd like to thank her, and you can see this work that's here and appreciate the conversation that we're going to be having around P6 later.
Thank you, Christy. Any other discussion to consent to the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote, and we'll begin with you, Hoali.
Huele, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. The consent agenda has been accepted. Thank you, board members. Now we will move to our request to speak. Superintendent.
Okay, we have 2 requests to speak, and the first person I'll let in is Ashley Leet. And Ashley, you have 3 minutes and you can go ahead and start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ashley Leet. I am a parent of 2 students who currently attend Benyon Elementary, and we have been a part of the Benyon community for 5 years. I am currently the vice chair for the Benyon School Community Council, and this is my 3rd year as the facilitator of our Girls Who Code Club. I am reading this letter tonight as a representative of the parents of Emblem Benyon Elementary. First and foremost, we would like to thank the board for taking the time to learn about the exciting idea of bringing the SLCSD model to Benyon Elementary. We very much understand time is a precious commodity and are grateful to you for giving attention to this topic. Thank you for thoughtfully considering the reasons the SLCSD staff has chosen Benyon as the best option for piloting a SLCSD elementary. We are thrilled that after considering all of the elementary school options, the SLCSD staff recognize the many reasons starting with Benyon is the ideal choice. We are here tonight to support this decision and propose that now is the time to start a SLCSD elementary at Benyon. The staff are ready and the students deserve an opportunity for growth and innovation. Much discussion has occurred in past board meetings about a SLCSD Elementary, with many asking, why Benyon? We ask, why not Benyon? The highly experienced, educated, and thoughtful SLCSD staff have been considering a SLCSD Elementary for more than a decade. After repeated evaluation, as well as waiting for the right time, they concluded Benyon is the right option, and now is the right time. The SLCSD staff have given many reasons why Benyon is the ideal option for a pilot. Ideal demographics, prime location for optimal out-of-district recruiting, dedicated and excited teachers, and proximity with the U of U for partnership expansion. SLCSD has an amazing track record. Their work should continue to expand to the elementary school level. We as Benyon parents would like to remind each board member that our school has one of the most vulnerable student populations. Nearly 100% of the population is from low-income households. It has the highest population of students experiencing homelessness at 22.58%. The next highest school is only at 6.69%. 65% of the students are minorities. Benyon is a school filled with students already at a disadvantage. These students deserve to experience the life-changing benefits from the SLCSD model. 2 years ago, Benyon was being considered for closure, initially with very little transparency about that plan. Many on this board, based on recognition of the serious equity and transparency issues, gave us hope and voted not to close our school. You gave this school filled with truly dedicated teachers and deserving students a chance. Today's board has the opportunity to build upon that choice by providing our school support with the SLCSD model. This proposal comes with many potential gains for Benyon and the Salt Lake City School District with very little risk and no additional cost. We, the parents of Benyon Elementary, support the SLCSD program and want to see it implemented at our school and ask for your supporting vote. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Young. Sarah, are you with us?
I am. Thank you so much.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes. You can go ahead.
Great. Good evening, board members. My name is Sarah Young, and I'm a current parent of a 6th grade student here in Salt Lake City School District. I'm speaking this evening to voice my support for discussion agenda item number 7, the proposed creation of the Salt Lake Center for Science Education Elementary School at Benyon. I currently work for the Utah State Board of Education as the Director of Strategic Initiatives. My role with the agency is specific to supporting new and innovative best practices in K-12 education, including statewide digital teaching and learning and K-12 computer science. In my 9 years with the agency, I have regularly had the opportunity to hear and witness the success and innovation of the Salt Lake Center for Science Education. I believe the expansion of the SLCSD learning model to elementary students would not only be a benefit for Salt Lake City School District, but also serve as a model for the state. The leaders at SLCSD have demonstrated the success of their model, including strong academic outcomes and defying statewide equity gaps for the students they serve. This model builds community investment in education and creates an environment where all students can achieve the high expectations held by their teachers. SLCSD is a lighthouse exemplar that deserves to be expanded. As a parent, my student attends my local Salt Lake City School District elementary school. Our family was very dismayed that the SLCSD model was not available to my 6th grader this year. I did look at sending my child to a STEM charter school, but ultimately decided to stay with our local elementary school so my student could have the opportunity to be considered for SLCSD Bryant next year. I believe that having a SLCSD elementary school would be a draw to keep existing students and attract new families. I strongly encourage you to take action tonight and support the creation of SLCSD Benyon. The decision will benefit the community, teachers, families, and ultimately our students. Thank you to Brittany Powell and Matthew Smith for the outstanding and thoughtful leadership they have demonstrated throughout this process. I would feel privileged to have either of them as a principal for my son and encourage you to support their vision and innovation. In closing, to all the board members and Superintendent Madden and his team, I thank you for your public service. I appreciate your consideration of my comments as you move forward with this conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. That's the last speaker.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you to our community members for addressing the board. We will now move into the report section of our agenda and begin with the Salt Lake Education Foundation updates.
Okay, and I'm just going to turn it right over to James. James, do you need co-host?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. It's all yours.
Okie doke. Okay. First of all, I just want to say to the board members, thank you for this opportunity for us to be able to come in this evening. With me, I have the executive director of the McBride Foundation, who will be Christine Schreiker, and then also I have Lucy Haas, who will be joining us in a few minutes, and then also Jill Bailey, principal at Glendale Middle School. I want to say to each and every one of you that for the past 2 years, we've had this great partnership with the McBride Foundation. Coach Ron McBride had approached us a few years ago, and his love for the community at Glendale and the West Side was just incredible. And when he approached us for the first time, he wanted to spend funding to support any of our after-school programs. And as we began to discuss possibilities, what we could do at Glendale, and to really provide support for our feeder schools into high school, East High School and Highland, it was an incredible opportunity for us that we were able to just brainstorm and come up with some potential ways that we can support Glendale Middle School and their community. So the discussion started a couple years ago, and to possibly begin with a Glendale track that will provide an opportunity for our students on the West Side. And what you see here in front, what we prepared is a brief presentation for you. At this time, I'd like to have Jill Bailey, our principal at Glendale Middle School, just elaborate a little bit more about the impact school community.
Hey, James, can you expand your screen?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see it now? Is that better?
That's better. Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. So I'd like to have Jill, if you don't mind, do you mind explaining a little bit more about the second slide, please?
So Glendale is in the central Salt Lake at the west side, and we have about 800 students at Glendale Middle School and about 1,500 students on the entire campus, which includes Mountain View. We have a very involved community and a very involved student population who benefits immensely from after-school programming and in-school elective programming. So that's been our big push the past 5 years, is to really have the kids become connected to at least one academic and elective class and one after-school activity. As you all know, the more involved you are in school, the more successful you will be in high school. So that's been our big push, and I'll illustrate. I have a couple of examples to tell you about. We have a very vibrant after-school program that's funded by the McBride Foundation, and we're really hesitant about pushing forward with an after-school program this year, due to COVID, and you know that the Glendale community has been hit very hard by the virus, and it's been quite sad. So we didn't want to push too hard with the after school program, and we had to rethink the way that we do it. So what we did is we started small with teachers running the after school program in their classrooms with no more than 15 students. And we have over 200 students participating right now. And it's been incredible because usually it's just a big sports push for the after school program, but now we're having a lot of CTE programs. We have interior design, we have makeup club, we have 3D printing, computer coding. We have just a plethora of activities for the students to become involved with, and that's thanks to the McBride Foundation. So one more big push with our after school program could be completed with a track. Not only would it benefit our after school program and our in-school programming, our community will use it. We host UDA soccer tournaments, and we also host practices and rugby practices. A lot of times you can see a whole bunch of parents just hanging out, idling in the cars. It would be great for them to walk around the track, participate in a healthy activity. We also have a lot of young mothers that could come over and walk the track and benefit from a family activity at Glendale Middle. So there's a lot of ways that we could use it, but first and foremost, it would be for our after school and our elective classes. I'll just leave you with a fun visual that happened today. For Spirit Week, we are doing races, 45-meter dashes, and the kids are really into it. They are doing it outside on the field. And today I was interviewing a candidate for a position, and lo and behold, outside on the front lawn, we had students barefoot running around practicing their 45-meter dash. So we really want to track so our kids could continue to practice their sprinting. But it will be well used. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jill. I appreciate you sharing that information. Some of the other parts of the project description I'd like to share with you is that our goal is to have as many wraparound services for the current population. We know that our families travel anywhere from 4 to 5 miles to just be able to use the track. Parents must travel across during the evening hours to access track, to be able to walk and keep families healthy within their communities. If you look at the current statistics, we have our families on the west side who are trying to have access to outdoor track and field, and to be able to do many activities that will be able to help them. And diabetes is one of the biggest issues that we have in those specific zip codes. And as we work and educate our families, we definitely, our parents specifically can benefit from this, and also our students who really are very active in the after school program. And kudos to the after school program at Glendale. I want to say, Jill, you know, despite COVID-19, with a lot of safety precautions that we've taken, we have 200 kids, and now we have more kids in the after school program than we've ever had before. So it's amazing, and I want to thank all the teachers at Glendale who made this possible. I'd like to turn the time over right now to and introduce you to Christine, who basically has been adamant and working with our community, and she's basically Coach McBride's right hand at this time. So I'd like to turn over to the time to her to talk a little bit about the project description and the track.
Thanks, James, for having me. And I really appreciate all the work that each one of you guys do on the board, and your commitment for the youth and the kids in the Salt Lake School District. It's truly an honor to get to work with James. You've got a rock star in James. Like he just is amazing. And Coach McBride was supposed to be on our call. He's actually on vacation in California, and I talked to him, and his family was going out, and he was going to try to call in so he could talk to you all, but he might be a little bit challenged in trying to get onto this call. So for him, he really did try to want to be on this call. At the Ron McBride Foundation, Coach Mack, as you know, is very committed to the kids and the youth in Utah. His biggest thing with, being a coach when he was recruiting was he sees these kids come from broken homes, and he sees that they have idle time on their hands. And so that's why at the Ron McBride Foundation, we decided that 3 to 6 is where we want to support these schools and to give these kids a place to to be able to have teachers that understand them, to have things that they wouldn't necessarily do when they can go home and have idle time on their hands. And we really feel like it's a privilege to be able to be a part of the after school programs. But one thing that Coach really wanted to try to do was there is not a track at any of the middle schools that you guys have in the district. And so when these kids, they're kind of at a disadvantage when they go to high school because they don't have a program to, it's Coach Matt calling in. So hold on one sec, guys. Hey, Coach, can you not get it? Okay, hold on one sec. James, is there any way I can have him try to get in?
Just have him call my cell phone and I will connect him.
Okay, so just can you call James' cell phone and he will get you patched in. Okay. Okay, so yeah, call right now. Okay, bye-bye. Sorry about that, guys. So, one of the things is that I feel like these kids are more of a disadvantage because they don't have the opportunity to have that. My kids grew up in a junior high where we had a track program. So then they are able to start in 7th grade through 9th grade and be able to have that advantage of practicing and having when they get into high school. And as far as the community goes, we would love to have a safe place for people to be able to come and work out and where they feel safe and they can come over and they can walk the track, where the families can come over and they can walk the track. I know in a lot of communities, that's a huge thing where they don't have access to gym memberships or anything like that. And they want to feel safe to have a place to do it. And so at the Ron McBride, we're very committed to making sure that these communities have a safe place where they can work out, where they can come and they can be a part of the community, and also for our after school program so that these kids have the ability to be able to participate when they get to the high school level at a level that other schools are already having in other districts. And so that's why, Coach McBride is very passionate about this. The Ron McBride is wanting to take, I don't know if James wants to move, but we're taking it on as we're not asking for any money from the Salt Lake School District. We are planning on raising the money ourselves to put this track in. We're waiting on the rest of this, the asphalt construction and the solar lighting. We're also planning on putting a fence all the way around it. When we went out and did a walkthrough, I was not aware that people come and do Brodies in your lawn. And so we want to make it a safe place and the track to keep good. So we're going to put a fence all the way around it. And we're raising it by through the foundation and through Coach Mack's former players. I put a committee together with his former players that want to donate money towards this project. And then we have some big donors in our foundation that are passionate about what Coach Mack is trying to do and do that. And so we're planning on raising this money. And also we are planning on applying for several grants for this too.
Well, thank you, Christine. Coach is on the phone, and I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, but Coach, would you like to say anything?
Yes, we started on this project a couple of years ago, and it's something that we feel needs to be done for over in that neighborhood, which would kind of complete the things that they need over there. But there's a need for a track program in all the junior highs in that area and the grammar schools, and also it gives access to the people in the neighborhood to use that track to walk on, to run on, to do whatever. And so when I met with the people at the junior high there, that was the one thing there on their wish list, which was the major thing that they needed.
Thank you, Coach. I don't know if you've heard him, it was clear enough, but one of the things that we've been working on is really building that community collaboration and partnership with business partners and also former players. And today we wanted to bring this information to the board We also have with us Paul Schulte, if you guys may have some questions, and also our foundation board president, Lucy Haas, and just in case you guys have any additional questions with regards to this project that we'd like to continue working on. At this time, I'd just like to open it up for any questions or any information that you'd like to receive from us.
Thank you, James. I appreciate that. Nate, was that your hand?
Yeah, for sure. I don't necessarily have any questions, James or Christine or Coach, but just a huge heartfelt thanks from the board and from me and our school district. Personally, I'll speak for myself. I would love to see this project move forward, and if there's anything that I can do as a board member to support this effort, I'm happy to do that. So just a huge heartfelt thanks to our Ed Foundation, to Coach, your foundation, and Christine for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jenny and then Christy.
Yeah, I just want to echo that too. I huge gratitude out to the SLEF Foundation and also to Mac, Coach Mac. He's been a huge influence in the Hood. I'm going to speak Hood now because I'm from there, and it's a huge deal for me to see such progress like this and such just people supporting and coming together and doing something for our community, because they deserve it. This is just a start of one of the many things that we're in need of, and I'm just so humbled and grateful to be part of this this journey that you guys have presented for our community. I'm very appreciative. I don't know if there's enough words that I could articulate to show my gratitude, but sincerely, thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm excited to push through for this track to take place here in Glendale. Thanks.
Go ahead, Christy.
I'm just going to echo what Jenny just said. I'm excited about the project, and of course, I've crossed paths with Coach Mack several times on different things, and just appreciate his passion, for kids and, making sure that there's opportunities for him. But Christine, I do have a question for you. What's a Brody? Is that what I didn't know what that was, you guys.
Now, excuse me, you had a question for me?
I said, what's a Brody?
A Brody? Did
Yeah,
I say Brody?
Is that what she said? That they?
I think she was saying they would. Some people would take their cars or trucks and
yeah, a Brody.
It's like, what is that?
I grew up in the country. It's when they go out on their cars and they do like spin their car in the track. It's a Brody. That I grew up in the country, so we called those Brodies. So I was like shocked when we went and reviewed the track, and you can actually see it on your lawn there. And so that was brought to our attention that, hey, if we have this really nice track, we need to make sure we protect it. And so that was brought to our attention, and we're like, yes, we need to make sure that we have it fenced in and just walkways where you can only walk through it and not make sure a car cannot get through it.
Okay.
Sorry about the
that makes total sense. Now, if you would have said fishtails, then I totally would have understood that.
Yeah,
Because
so I'm a
with two
country girl.
boys, with two boys who drove a Jeep, fishtails were definitely. So I thank you. Thanks so much, James and Lucy and Christy and Coach Mack, for being here tonight with us. Just appreciate it and looking forward to the future partnership.
Thank you. I know you have another project that you'd like to give us an update on, James. I think you can hear the support from this board for the good work you are doing, James, and we appreciate Coach Mack and his foundation as well.
Thank you, and we appreciate all the support, and more to come, because we definitely want to make sure that we make a difference with our students and families. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to, and thank you, Coach. I'm going to disconnect the phone now. We appreciate you again for all the support. Thank you.
Okay, so just let everybody needs to know that all these projects over there on the west side are really important to me. And I love the kids over there and love the families. And I want to help them to have a better life, a better education, a better opportunity to do the things that are going to make their lives better.
Thank you, Coach. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. All right. Moving on with our next brief presentation. I have also with me Paul Schulte and Tyler Barnes with regards to our next project. Let me just pull it up real quick. One second. Just trying to. All right. So a year ago, we started actually, working on really creating a strong partnership with our warehouse in Salt Lake City School District, but more so when COVID-19 hit. I recall our former superintendent, Lexi Cunningham, say, "Hey, you got to help us quite a bit now with what's happening with COVID-19. We got to get the food distribution, and we got to make sure that we have everything possible set up for our students and families, and let's get as many resources as we can for our students." And when it happened, everything shut down, and the foundation and our after school group leaders and several district employees basically became first responders. And I became very close to the warehouse and start working a lot, collaborating a lot more with Tyler and his team, and quickly realized the amount of stuff that was coming in through, for family support, and just a lot of resources. Our community became one. I recall many, even board members calling me saying, "James, do you need face masks? Do you need sanitizer? Do you need, what is it that you need?" And asking me all kinds of questions. And food distribution became one of the biggest topics. And because we had families that couldn't go to the store because they tested positive. We had families who were looking for toilet paper. They were looking for anything that they would be able to use for basically in survival mode. And as I began working with Tyler, one thing that we quickly realized is that there were many generous people. They gave us a lot of school supplies, backpacks, emergency relief, PPEs, hand sanitizer, hygiene kits in hundreds of boxes. I mean, it was just incredible to see that. And the food, fresh and frozen produce that came from Washington State, they would drop it off in big semis. And I can't say enough about Tyler and his team, the warehouse staff, the amount of work that has gone through. It's if you weren't actually there in the front line, you would probably wouldn't be able to imagine the amount of food that was coming out of the warehouse to make sure that our families were receiving that. We also began to receive a lot of teacher recognition materials. People were donating things that maybe teachers could use, and they wanted to recognize teachers and paraprofessionals. The other stuff was computers, furniture. We received chairs, desks for students donated by local companies. And the biggest gift that we received is 3 donated trucks from Ken Gar Foundation. And we were able to utilize that. And we're going to use that for a long time to come. But one thing that was very clear is that when the Utah Food Bank called me and they said, "Listen, we have 100 pallets of food, and we'd like to donate that to the district." And there's no way that I could, one, be able to house that, that many pallets in our warehouse. We were not prepared, but at the same time, school was starting, and Tyler was doing everything possible to make sure that our schools were ready. And so we collaborated extensively. We had to find other warehouses. We had to figure out a way to really coordinate our resources, and we were able to do that. And so out of that whole conversation, really, it came out, what can we do? What can we do with the current resources we have? And I approached Paul and Tyler, and Tyler, I'm gonna leave the time to you to further explain what we currently have in place. So if you don't mind, Tyler, at this time, the time is yours.
Sure. Hi, everybody. So this design that's up on the screen here shows, this is what the after of what the warehouse would look like after we do these redesigns and upgrades. So this is a little bit more than doubles the capacity of the warehouse. And the reason we got to this point was several times during this last summer, and this last year with COVID and everything, we were more than maxed out of the warehouse, and we've been pushing up against that capacity level for quite some time. But and this is really the first money that's going to be spent towards upgrading that warehouse since we got there. And there's a group of us trying to figure out when we actually bought that Beardsley campus and the warehouse, what year that was. It's been somewhere between 15 and 20 years ago. And there's really never been any money spent towards this upgrade and expanding the capacity a little bit. So a lot of things have changed over that time, and a lot of storage capacity is needed out there. But that's that. And then with this upgrade, James, if you go to the next slide, we're planning on allocating about that much space. It's about 250 pallets, and we can even expand that further. That's going to be strictly for SLEF, the foundation and their operation, so that they have a dedicated space that they can kind of bring stuff in as they need, and then it can be expanded if they need more space, if they have a big donation. One thing that happened over the last summer is we had to turn away a donation of a large amount of food just because we didn't have the capacity at the time. That's one of those times we were at our peak. We were probably way over capacity in the warehouse. So this is going to give James some dedicated space, and along those lines, we'll also increase the district's capacity to store things to help us down the road.
I want to add to just that. We've had organizations and businesses who want to donate school supplies and want to give thousands of dollars, not necessarily in cash, but an in-kind contribution. So I think our goal is that sometimes these businesses, they say, well, where's your warehouse? And I want to see what you guys have. What's available? What is your need? And I believe by having this dedicated space and upgrading and doing some renovations, obviously we would be able to show and demonstrate that we do have the capacity to do this. We believe that, we hope that we will not, have the same experience as COVID-19 again. But I think if we're moving into 2030, 2040, after we've all retired, I think we got to think in terms of building having a sustainability plan and also building capacity. And I think our warehouse, if it wasn't for the great team that you, Tyler, have, and Paul, every one of your staff, they've been more than generous in working, to really provide all the resources for our students and families. So the proposal came out of that, and we hope that maybe Tyler, if you don't mind talking about what the potential costs may be, and also what the foundation can possibly do in the future. We definitely can write grants to support this, to really build this area, and also possibly look into potential partners who would be able to contribute for some capital spending. So that's kind of why we wanted to bring it to the board, to keep you guys informed and to see what questions or maybe ideas you may have also.
So to expand to this level and get all this additional pallet racking, and along that, and with that pallet racking, you also have to expand the fire suppression system in that pallet racking. You know, we have a lot of combustible materials that are in there, paper and chemicals and all kinds of stuff it's a fire hazard if there was a fire. So we have to put fire suppression in there. So between the racking and the fire suppression, that's probably 60% of the cost. But all told, if we get everything we want, is going to be about $1.3 million. And that's the estimated cost from the architect. Obviously, bidding it and getting competition in there is going to bring those costs down. But you know, we're in need of dock levelers, just putting a coat of paint on there. Another thing that's been suggested by the architect is to refinish the floor. You know, when we moved in there 15, 20 years ago, we put a finish on the floor that was intended for a gymnasium floor. And what we should have in there is a finish that's a food grade finish on the floor, because we're storing food in there. Now it's never been an issue with health inspections or anything, but it could be down the road. And so we want to make sure we're up to health code on that. But that's the number, and obviously that's an estimate, and we hope to bring that down through negotiations and bidding and everything else. But that's kind of worst case scenario, I guess.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that. Questions from board members? Thank you for your report. We appreciate that. Let's go ahead and move to the COVID-19 update.
Thank you.
Thanks, James.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, so just quickly, in our meeting this morning that President Ford and I were in, the news was still pretty positive from the health department, moving in a positive direction. There's certainly some concern over some of the variant strains. They again brought up the conversation, and while we don't have any details yet, of hoping to start to vaccinate students 16 years and older by the end of April. And in that conversation, it's kind of interesting. We have 4,939 students that are 16 years of age and older, but about 25% of them are over 18. And so students over 18 would actually be able to get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which they could get in one dose. And then the students that are in that 16 to 18 range would have to get the Pfizer. That's the only one that's been approved for those age ranges right now. And the goal is to try to get this started by the end of April so that students would have the chance to get both doses before the end of the school year. So we'll keep you informed on that as we learn more, but that's kind of where we're heading right now on that. In terms of graduation, Becky Pittham has been the interim executive director of school leadership, has been working on graduation, and we found a really interesting possibility at the Bees Stadium. I think it's Smith Field is what it's actually called, and they've tentatively agreed to allow us to hold the graduation there. We're kind of working on the details right now, hoping that we could announce a final plan next week so that everyone would know. But we met with high school administrators today. Everyone was pretty excited about being able to do it in one location, to set up, cycle them through like we were planning on doing at the Huntsman Center, and I think we'd probably do it on the same schedule. So that looks really good. It could also factor in, I mean, if we're able to actually get these vaccinations going with the health department, I think that could be a benefit to that event that happens right at the end of the year. And then, as we talked about, a backup plan, and the backup plan that we would use would be to resort to doing them in the auditoriums with students only and streaming that out to the public. So, you know, doing it outside in June, probably it works out, but there's certainly a chance that the weather could go wrong. And if it did, we would be all set up in the auditoriums with a, you know, nice formal setting. We'd be ready to do the streaming and send it out. So we'd have teams at each of the school sites ready to do that in the event that we had to. And then with the graduation, even at Smith's Field, we would still stream that out. So I don't, Becky, is there anything you wanted to add from that?
No, I think you covered it. We went through an extensive search of and really looking at venues, and thanks to Josh Bell, who is the principal over at Horizonte, and he has a partnership there with the Bees. We were able to get that buckled down yesterday, so we're excited about hopefully moving forward with that and getting those details for everyone.
Yeah, every place else that we checked out, there was something that really just wasn't going to work very well. The Fair Park said they weren't quite ready to make a decision like that yet. The Ricycle Stadium, we weren't going to be allowed to have any spectators, and the Huntsman Center was a no. So this seems like our best option right now. So as long as we have with your approval, we'll move forward with this, and if we get that nailed down again, we'd like to announce that and get it out next week. And then we're going to have a little, just kind of a brief presentation from Mindy Holmdahl, who's the Director of Student Services, and Judy Jaworski, who's the lead district nurse. And they're going to talk a little bit about the dashboard and how the dashboard works and how students get on and get off. So Mindy, I'll hand it over to you for just a second.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. It's always great to highlight the work of our amazing nursing team that supports all of our schools. Our nurses and schools are making every effort to keep students and families safe and informed throughout this COVID pandemic. They work in constant collaboration with the health department and follow the health department's guidelines. And as you all know, that we have the district COVID dashboard. It's in place on our website, and it provides the most up-to-date information possible to constituents of our district. And so I'm going to turn it over to lead nurse Judy Jaworski to explain that in a little bit more detail.
Sorry about that. Hi, I appreciate you having us on. Thank you again. So the process for adding a student to the district dashboard starts when a nurse or a COVID tech receives notification from the health department, a school, or a parent that a student has tested positive for COVID. COVID techs or nurses then call the family and they verify the information as well as collect other pertinent information. And then they assign isolation and quarantine dates as needed to other household members, as well as any other school contacts. After this is done, it's entered immediately onto the dashboard. Once this information is entered into the dashboard, it will populate to the public portion within about an hour. Once cases have been entered in on the dashboard, they will remain there until 14 days have passed since the positive test. On the 15th day, the case is archived and it is no longer visible on the dashboard and no longer counts towards our numbers. The district dashboard information may differ at times from other information that may be visible on the state or the county dashboards because nurses and COVID techs, as soon as they get the information, they directly enter it in onto the dashboard right after it's reported. It then, like I said before, populates the dashboard within an hour. County and state department dashboards take a little bit longer because they've got longer processing times. So you may see their information lag behind our times or our information by a few hours or maybe even a day. So our dashboard definitely does reflect what's most current in our district.
Are there any specific questions from the board regarding the dashboard?
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing out there to make sure that our kids are safe, and also, to just keep us also posted. That makes a big difference. Sincerely appreciate that. And so I just have a couple questions here. So I'd like to go back to the outbreak that we had at East. And so there was a report that it was going to be 16 next day, but then the health department stated to hold or halt the test to stay. And then somehow there was an explanation that there was an issue with the dashboard, and next day the reported cases were 11. And would love to know, because personally, I'm confused. Because if I hear 16 and next day it is 11, and then the health department saying to stop the testing, so there are so many conflicting information here. And also I'd like to know, why is the health department asking to stop the testing, which is essential for us to make sure that our students and kids are safe. So am I understanding this? I hope I've explained it. So would love to have an answer on that.
I can attempt to answer this question, then Judy, please add in if I'm forgetting anything. We were aware that there was, at that time, we had an increase at East High due to a sports team exposure. And with that increase, we were at the threshold, and we did consult with the health department and were advised not to close, because we had students who were going to reach that 14 days and come off the dashboard the next day. So in that one point of time, we had reached the threshold, but the next day we had so many students that were going to be dropping off the dashboard. That's when they advised us that it was okay. We did not need to do a closure.
Can I speak a little bit to that too, in terms of the threshold? So, since Senate Bill 107 passed, they actually, within that bill, changed within it to the thresholds to a number of 30 rather than 15, and to 2% rather than 1%. But in our conversations with the health department, and President Ford heard this conversation this morning in the meeting, was I think that our local health department is interested in maybe being a little more conservative than 30 and 2%. And so what we want to do is we want to just maintain good communication with them and make smart health decisions for not just for our schools, but for our community in conjunction with them. And so in this particular incident, I think it's a good example of how we should do it, is we should have this conversation and make a decision. Because there's no legal reason that we necessarily have to test at 15 now, although I think we would be inclined to do that, but we would want to do that in conjunction with the health department and with their advice. So there'll be some back and forth. Right now, our numbers are very low. We have 29 schools with no active cases, 6 schools with 1 active case, and 5 schools in the 2 to 5 range. So, as they go on and come off, it's gonna fluctuate, but I hope it stays as low as it has. But we're gonna watch it like a hawk, and if we see that it seems to rise, it can happen so many different ways. If it starts to rise really quickly, we might want to just get going and do testing right away. If it's kind of slow and we have kids coming off, then it may not be the case. So I think we want to deal with it, pay attention, deal with it in collaboration with the health department. But I know that they're very interested in keeping the whole community safe. I do trust in that.
Oh, sorry. Just
Go
have me
ahead.
finish some question.
Okay.
Yeah, Mindy, thank you for explaining that, and Judy, thank you as well for that explanation. Larry, thank you for those information you've provided. And just out of curiosity, did you guys know that the outbreak that started at East, several cases were a UK variant?
Yeah, the health department, they've actually mentioned that this morning.
Okay, fantastic. That's good to know, because we all know that UK variant is not messing around out there, and let's hope we don't get the Brazilian next to that. So, but that's good to know, and I really appreciate that. One more thing is in regards to the high school students getting vaccinations. So I was able to take my kid over to the Mountain America Expo Center, and that's actually where they administer Pfizer. So families, can be advised, they can go ahead into the health department website and schedule for their high school kids, 16 and older. So the rest of the kids, they have to wait until who knows when.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of people that are doing that right now, and that's great. But we're trying to do that. We're trying to work in conjunction with the health department to actually be able to provide some vaccines at school sites, because nobody has better access to families and students than we do. And so helping them, I mean, some folks have access; they're able to go get it. That's wonderful. Hope they do it as soon as they can. But for those that can't, if we can work in conjunction to provide that, I think the sooner the better.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks, Mohammed. Catherine, go ahead.
You're muted, Catherine.
I'll go ahead and get it up. Are we still planning to test after spring break?
Well, we don't have it right now. I mean, given our numbers, we don't have a need to. It's a large undertaking, and it takes away from instructional time. And right now, we just don't have the number of cases that warrant it.
I guess we don't quite know how many cases we have, if we have asymptomatic cases, things like that, and if kids just have a little cold. So it'd be interesting to do that. I mean, I know we talked about a test to return and we decided to wait.
We are doing the optional testing through the HERO project still. So we do that on Wednesdays. And if a student does, test positive in that, then they do go onto the dashboard. But I mean, we are trying to, we're trying to at least offer testing.
Can I say just one thing about the variant, the variant that they tested out at East High? I just got a text from our health department contact, kind of a timely text. And he's reporting that what they did, we had the health department go in on Monday and test 40 students with a PCR test to, explore the variant further, to see if we had more cases. And out of 40, we had one test positive. He didn't tell me if it was a variant case, but out of 40, there was only one that tested positive.
Thanks, Judy.
I think Dottie might have had a question.
Yeah, I can't see Dottie. I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure Catherine had an opportunity to ask her questions, and then we'll go to Dottie.
Okay.
Additional questions, but they're about graduation, so I can wait till Dottie.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was going to say my birthday is this Friday, and I have my second dose of the vaccine, so it'll be fun or rough, I don't know. But I was going to say that I think, I remember in Hawthorne when I was there that, we used to have all the kids line up in the lunchroom and then get our flu shots, like that's the parent permission form. And I think if we had the opportunity to do so, which I know that you guys are working on, if we had the opportunity to do something similar, like a drive-through vaccine clinic at every high school, I think that's going to be huge. That would be, I think right now, younger people are now the most viral vectors of COVID, and it's getting younger and younger into teenagers as well as older people get vaccinated. And so I think that the quicker we can achieve that, the better it is. But in the meantime, I'm wondering if we could put out like maybe a canvas blast, or like, how you call like parents about like Aspire testing, and do it in like Spanish, English, and all the other languages that our district serves. And then with the resources to kind of streamline it so other parents can sign up for their kids getting the vaccine.
Yeah, we're just trying to nail down some of the details. I mean, when we meet with the health department again next week, I hope they tell us that they've got the quantity of Pfizer vaccine that they need to do that. But I think you're spot on. Is we've been working with them we set up a couple of vaccine clinics on the west side, not for our students but for families, and so we've tried to help supply work with them as much as we can, not just for our schools but for our communities, because we're kind of all one together. And so we're going to do everything we can, not just for the kids, but like, again, for the community, because we're in it together.
Thank you, Dottie. Thank you, Superintendent. Other questions about this COVID update? Questions or comments? Christy?
Thanks so much. Just as a point of reference, right, I think it's about 2 or 3 blocks from Highland High School is a drive-through hero testing. And it is used, I go by it regularly, and there are cars in and out. And all the kids at the school also know that they can go through and be tested. So I appreciate, you know, my neighborhood and working with the district and setting up that hero spot that's right next to the school to Highland. So thank you so much.
Great.
I've heard great feedback.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's an important point. Like, we're not trying to avoid testing or avoid finding cases so that we can keep schools open. I think it's our responsibility to try to identify when we have a problem and then do as much testing as we can and keep it under control, because that's what ultimately is going to control the variants. The more we suppress the vaccine, then the less likely we are to have spread of variants or new variants. And so it's in our best interest to do as much of that as we can, I think.
Other questions?
So some questions about graduation, but
Sure.
first I just want to say if the hero testing does find positives, what do they do? Do they report immediately to us, or what is their protocol?
They would report it to the health department, which then would be reported to us.
Okay, and how long does that turnaround usually take?
I don't know, because I'm not sure what the turnaround time on their PCR tests are. Probably about a day now. So I imagine it's probably, I don't know. Judy, do you happen to know? Is it 2 days?
It's a little bit longer. It can be like 4 to 7 days. It can be like 4 days, and then they'll let us know, and then we do all the contact tracing.
Just about graduation, a couple of things. Superintendent and Becky, Ms. Pittam, thank you so much for doing this exploration. I think that's a really interesting idea. Do we know how many seats are in the B Stadium for spectators? I assume we're going to have the kids on the field.
Yeah. These are all details that we do need to figure out. We know that the stadium seats 14,000, but that's not a capacity, of course, that we can't even fractionalize that capacity, because you're not going to be able to sit everywhere in that stadium and see a graduation. So our first thing is to determine, like, if you do it on one side, you know, like the third base side, you may only be able to use half or 2/3 of the seats in the stadium. And then we have to take the fraction of that allows for the social distancing that we'll need to maintain.
So do you expect that we'll be offering kids a certain number of tickets?
I do.
Okay. You don't have sort of a rough idea of how many there'll be, and then there'll be space between the seats?
Yes, and so what we'd like to do is we'd like to have assigned seating. Becky, that's the way I think we were talking about it today, was there'd be assigned seating. So people would have a seat with a number on it, and that's where they would sit. So if there were 3 people from a family that came, they would all sit together, but then there would be a space between them and the next group. So we should be able to manage that pretty well in that environment, I think. And it's outside, which is also a big plus.
Yeah, that's great. And just to that, I was hoping that maybe we could explore the idea of having a rain date rather than auditoriums. I know that it's complicated. I know we're probably getting one of their only dates, but it would be great if we could have a rain date and not have them in auditoriums so families really could attend. Just would love to see you look at that.
Yeah, and Becky, do you want to make note of that, and we can look into that?
That would be great. And then I just would love to know whether the class of 2020 maybe talk to the student body presidents, some of the important, some of the SEC chairs about whether the class of 2020 wants any sort of thing done for them that they could attend if they want to. They may not be interested. They may be done, but if they are interested, I'd love to see us do something.
We can look into that.
It's a full day already, but
yeah, I'm not sure what we could do, but we can certainly look into that.
Thank you so much.
And just one last thing. I just want to say a very heartfelt thank you for your transparency. You know, as a parent and as a representative of other families, it gives me comfort, you know, to know that our kids and other kids are all safe. Seriously, I just want to, you know, if my heart was would come out of my body would be clapping right now to say thank you. So just thank you. And I really commend you for everything you're doing out there. Thank you.
Thank you. These guys have been working super hard.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Superintendent, for this report. Becky, thank you for your work in looking at graduation sites. I think that the baseball park is a fantastic idea. I'm very supportive of that, and thank you for that work. Let's go ahead now and move to our final report on property annexation. Alan?
Okay. Several weeks ago, I got a communication from Mill Creek City wanting to know about if we wanted to be a part of their community redevelopment agency. And I thought, well, that's odd. Why is Mill Creek City calling me? Why don't you call Granite School District? So as I studied the what was going on, there is a little piece of property. So this slide here shows our district boundaries. That red arrow in the bottom is pointing to a little piece of property, and here we'll expand it. Right there, it's down across, it's just east of the Brickyard Mall. That was annexed, so Salt Lake City ceded it to Mill Creek City, effective January 1 of 2020. But just because Salt Lake City cedes it does not mean that the school district boundaries have changed. So as of right now, whereas normally we say the Salt Lake City School District boundaries are the exact same boundaries as Salt Lake City, there is this little piece of that is now Mill Creek that that does not hold true to anymore. So I looked up how much property tax does the district receive from this property. And you see there's all the parcels. There's the amount received, $39,000 a year from that piece of property. This piece of property is part of Mill Creek City Center Master Plan. It's also located in the middle of the already created Mill Creek Center Community Reinvestment Area. So a community reinvestment area is similar to an RDA where they use incremental tax financing to build things on it, to give incentives to developers. And that's what they initially reached out to us for, is if we would sign off on and participate in their CRA. So we have a couple options what to do with this property. We can do nothing. We can just hold on to it, keep collecting that $39,000 a year, knowing that there will be that little piece of the district boundaries that are not in Salt Lake City, but are in Mill Creek. We can choose to participate with the Mill Creek Community Reinvestment Area using their tax increment financing plan. And we could also cede the territory in question to Granite School District, and then we would be changing the Salt Lake City School District boundaries to exclude that piece and cede it over to the Granite District, and then we would be back in alignment with our boundaries with Salt Lake City. So I'm just presenting this information. The last is just a Tribune article on that piece of property. Since this is in the report section, it's more just to present the information, bring it back next board meeting to discuss of those three options, what would the board like to do with that piece of property out there? Are there any questions on that?
Go ahead, Christy.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Alan. So my question is for just a clarity on a CRA, CDA, or an RDA, that we would still collect that base tax, correct?
Correct.
And then they would set a time limit the same way that we do. And during that time, they would probably develop that. That's part of their master plan. And then after that point, 10, 15 years, however long they set that out, then we would receive probably a higher amount of taxable revenue, right? Okay.
But if we do want to participate in that, we recently created that policy, so we would have to follow through that on that policy to determine if we wanted to participate.
If we wanted to participate, otherwise we could say no, we don't want to participate, and we just continue to collect the 39,000.
Yep. I mean, there's legal processes that have to go into place for changing of district boundaries. Christina Kindle has kind of worked with Granite to see what would it entail, and you have to get approval from the Lieutenant Governor's office, I believe, but they have determined a way to do it. But maybe in the next board meeting, we can discuss what of those three options the board would like to move forward with.
Just wondering if this is in Christie's district.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It is. It's just, yeah, right on that very southern end of it. Yeah.
Right. Other questions? I'm sure that this is the sort of thing that will generate a lot of questions, which Alan is happy to spend time discussing as they come up. As we've said, it'll be on our next agenda for further discussion and direction. So give some time to think about this and read that article, talk to Alan, talk to people who you talk to, and we'll talk about it publicly next meeting. That sound fair? All right, thank you, board members. We're now moving to our discussion agenda. I'm going to recommend that we just take a couple minute break and reconvene at 6 minutes, 8:05, and we'll reconvene with our consent agenda. Our discussion agenda. We'll see you at 8:05. All right, let's regroup. Board members, thank you for to those who are participating, watching, not on. Okay, thank you. We're regrouping. Thank you to everybody who's been participating, watching the live stream, for allowing us to take a couple-minute break. As we move into our discussion agenda, we have several items to discuss, potentially depending if the board's willingness to move things to action. Items on the discussion agenda are for thoughtful discussion and may or may not result in a motion or a decision. At the beginning of this discussion agenda, I'd like to just turn a minute to Hoa Lee, board member organista, who's our board timekeeper, as we adopt our parliamentary procedures to facilitate these discussions. Board member organista.
Yeah, so thank you for some time. One of the things I wanted to bring up, as you're the timekeeper, Nate shared like the document to the board so that we know kind of our structure. And it's not only for discussion. I think I timed everyone in during reports and we all stuck within our time, so it's good. But I wanted to introduce these little images I have, or these colors, so everybody can kind of see them. So when you start the first round, based on what we have so far, and we might discuss that actually later, but currently we agreed upon it's 3 minutes for the first round. So when you're talking the first time, you have 3 minutes. And so once you're halfway, which is 1.5 minutes, if I did the math right, I would show this. So you kind of know halfway is up, okay? And then when your time's up, I will do this, and I will just keep getting closer and closer and closer until you cannot see me anymore. And so just so you know, and everybody knows. But the other thing is when you're talking, that's when I'm timing. But if it's like asking a question and like, let's say Larry's responding, I pause it. So just know that your time is not being taken up when people are like giving back responses, okay? And when it comes to discussion, as President Ford mentioned, is it's a discussion, and it's not really a debate. It's a discussion. Try to get information, and we can move things to action, right? The first round is 3 minutes. However, in the document as we agreed upon, the second round, once everybody's talked, you can then go again. It goes to 2 minutes, right? And so just know that. So you only have 2 minutes, and then again, you can't share again until everybody's shared. Just so that's the rules that we all agreed upon. Just to review again, this is halfway. So the first round, that would be 1.5 minutes. The second round, it will be 1 minute left. And then this will be times up, okay? That's it.
Okay, and with the board's approval, I will call on you as you raise your hand to speak, and then we will only allow, so we won't go in order. We'll just, as you raise your hand to speak, I'll call on you, but I'll only call on you to speak once, and you can't speak again until everybody's had a chance to speak once. And
President
we'll
Ford,
Thank you, Hoa Lee.
As a clarification, are you asking us to raise our hands in the reactions or to raise our hands like this? What would be easier?
So it's a little easier for me to see the hand-on reaction. I've got you all now situated where I can see you. So I can also see your raised hand a little better.
I do want to mention that my hand reaction is the same color as my background. And so I'll just use like a little heart so you can see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The
first item on our discussion agenda is the 2021-2022 capital and debt service funds. And our business administrator, Alan Kersley, will just begin that discussion.
All right, let me get the right share up here. All right, I can't find my share, so why not? All right, Larry, do you have any suggestions? My screen I want to share doesn't show up. Oh, there. I guess I just needed to scroll down a little bit more. I got it. It was hiding. All right. For capital projects fund budget for the 2021-22 year, this is it's information that you've already seen in January, February. We presented this information for the capital. These are sheets, these are schedules that you will see in the actual budget book when it gets fully put together. We show our capital service and debt service combined, our capital separate, and our debt service separate. So let me just scroll through these sheets. First, we have our capital showing some actual history with our 2020-21 revised budget and our 21-22 proposed budget. Again, these are schedules that you've already seen. You saw them back in the end of January, first part of February. And then we have our projected. So when you approve the budget in June, you will just be approving that 21-22 numbers. But we also have schedules just projecting forward, just so we can have an idea of what the future holds for our capital projects. This is another schedule you've seen. It's the capital projects that are scheduled for next year. Followed by, so this is a new schedule. You haven't seen this one, but it will also be in the budget book. It's basically taking the summary of that schedule above that had just 1 year and saying, here's what our planned capital expenditures per school are for the next 5 years. Paul Schulte and his team go through the schools and say, okay, in 4 years, we need to replace the carpet. In 5 years, maybe this building needs a new roof, and so forth. So they're estimates based on age of equipment, etc. Again, just so we can plan ahead, so you can kind of see what the future holds. And so that's capital. Again, I went through that pretty fast because we've already discussed and seen those schedules. And next we have the debt service fund budget. So our debt service fund budget is what we use to pay our debt. In the late 90s, the board authorized and held a bond election. And we incurred debt to rebuild or retrofit pretty much all of our schools. And so we're still paying on those bonds. We're nearing the end of those bonds, but we are still paying on them. So we levy a tax, a property tax, to pay for our debt service. And you see our expenditures, we have redemption of bond principal. So for our current year, we had $8 million in debt to pay down, plus $916,000 in interest. Next year, that drops. So we have some bonds that mature. We made our final bond payment on a certain set of bonds this year. So that will drop to $3.9 million in bond principal and interest. And then again, following the same pattern, we have projected forward. You can see in 23-24, we have another drop. So in 22-23, we'll make a final bond payment on another of our debt. And then our last debt payment for our current debt will happen in 24-25, and then 25-26, there is no longer any bonded debt that the district has incurred. So the budget in the debt service fund is simply what do we need to collect in property taxes to pay off our debt for that year. We develop a rate that's based on the amount of money we need to generate to meet our principal and interest payments. Currently, we have two, after this year, so starting in 21-22, there's two series. They're called series, our bond series, our 2010 and our 2013. And there you can see the payments, principal and interest that are due each year with our cumulative total, with all current debt being paid off in the 24-25 fiscal year. We also have some qualified school construction bonds. So those are not considered general obligation bond. So those are not recorded in the debt service fund. The school district does have a municipal building authority, and we incurred these debts for certain projects in the past 10, 15 years. I don't remember exactly when we incurred them. But each year we make some payment into it's called a sinking fund that's held at the treasurer's office, state treasurers. And we make those payments, and then we use those funds that we're holding to make. So we have a $5 million payment due in 2024, and then in 2028 a $6 million payment. This debt is accounted for in the capital projects fund. So if I jump back up here to the capital projects, so see right here in 23-24, we have that $5 million that's there. So that's that first $5 million payment. And then the 28 one is not on this projection. It goes out further than this projection does. The funds for those are being held. You see this line here, that's fund balance reserve for debt payment, for bond payment. So that's showing the balance we have available that's being held at the treasurer's fund to make those debt payments when they come due. And so here you can see we have the drop. We'll have a 9.5, then we'll pay that $5 million, and it will go down to 5.2. And then we'll continue to collect some more until we make that final $6 million payment in 2028. So that is capital and debt. As we kind of hinted and we've talked about before, you can see where our debt, the amount of property tax we're needing for our debt payments will drop. And the budget also reflects then the district basically going through a truth in taxation and keeping that money and moving it over and adding it to the capital levy. So we'll be able to keep those funds in the district, but they'll be used for capital as opposed to paying off debt. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next presentation about the tax rate. Are there any questions on debt or capital budgets?
Go ahead, Christy.
Alan, in the new section that you just showed us, the new 5-year for schools, I know that we had talked about looking at vestibules in a more safe area for people to enter the schools. Is any of that considered in this budget over those 5 years?
I don't know what the answer is. I would have to look. I don't know if Paul's on here. I don't think he is, but I can look at that because this is just a summary of total dollar amounts.
I know that we had talked about that, when we were doing safe schools. Yeah.
Paul texted.
Oh, there's Paul right there.
Yeah, he says no, there's no vegetables.
So vestibules. Vegetables.
Or vegetables either.
No more vegetables. Okay.
Other questions before we move on to the next section, and then we'll take more questions. Go ahead, Christy.
It's not so much a question, but I just think it's important that as a board member, and especially I think that Melissa and Catherine should be included in this, that I'm very proud that in 2025 that we have that paid off. That's something that we worked really, really hard to do. And in previous boards, it's been a plan that we've had for a number of years to pay down, to finance, and to pay those bonds off as quickly as possible. So you figured there were 2 back-to-back bonds. We basically rebuilt all of our schools. We've been able to build 2 elementary schools and possibly our district office without bonding, and we can have all of that paid off by 2025. I think that's astounding, and I just want to say that that was a long-range goal, and it seems so far away a long time ago, but it actually is within reach. And I think that's really awesome.
Yeah, when I saw those zeros on the schedule, I'm like, wait, already?
Thank you. Well,
Yeah, so I think that's really, thank you, Christy, for bringing that up. Yeah, I think it's really cool to see that, being boards before us were proactive to have this, because I know there's lots of conversations in the community for lots of different potential projects, right? And so what's the next thing? And so to just be clear, Alan, to simplify what you said, because there's a lot of numbers and a lot of stuff, but to simplify it was by 2025, which is 4 years, we will be done with the bonds that were done for a couple of times ago. And then also by 2028, the sinking bond debt that for the state, I'm not sure what all that means, but at least for that, we'll be done paying that by 2028, right?
Right. By 2028, without any other changes, the district will have zero debt.
Yay, that's amazing. Great.
thank you, Alan. Let's move to the preliminary tax rates.
All right, preliminary tax rates for so these are so tax rates are built on a calendar year. So this will be for the 2021 year, and property taxes are due at the end of November. But we use them throughout our fiscal year, so which covers from July 1 of 21 through June 30th of 2022. So sometimes it's confusing because you're talking calendar years and fiscal years, but the rate we're setting is for it's for our 21-22 budget, but it will be the rate that's applied and paid for in calendar year 2021 that will be due at the end of November of 21. So in building our estimates, this sheet, hold on, I have to move the picture so I can see. This sheet shows what it's a graphical presentation of the assessed valuation. And as you can see, assessed valuation continues to grow. The budget is built on an expected increase of 4.5% in the assessed valuation. That's an estimate just based on historical numbers. The tax commission is the one that ultimately says, here's what the valuation of the property within Salt Lake City is. And we'll get those numbers later on in the year. So there's a term in property tax called the certified tax rate. What the certified tax rate is a rate that generates the same amount for the district as the prior year. So as property's assessed valuation increases, the certified tax rate decreases to generate the same level of revenue. So anything other than the certified tax rate is considered a tax increase. So the certified tax rate is not increased due to inflation, and new construction is called growth. And so what we get is the certified tax rate plus growth. So if there's a whole new subdivision that gets built somewhere in our district that then begins to generate new property taxes, that's not included in that certified tax rate. It's called growth. But then it does get included in the subsequent year. The basic levy is set by the state legislature, so they'll say this is how much money that it gets generated, and then they'll develop the rate. So they determine that rate. We do not. And then, as we discussed in the debt budget, the levy for our general obligation bonds, or our debt service levy, is the amount needed to cover our bond payments for the fiscal year. As we discussed, the property tax revenues required to for the district to pay off their debt in 21-22 will decrease by $4.4 million. So then the levy for the debt service will decrease and will generate $4.4 million less. So in the 21-22 budget, we have anticipated that we will recapture that $4.4 million by increasing the levy in the capital fund. Because that will be an increase to the certified tax rate, even though we're really just shifting 4.4 from debt over to 4.4 from capital. And the taxpayer wouldn't really see a difference because what they paid one year and what they paid the next year would be, assuming that their assessed valuation didn't change, would be exactly the same. But because the debt will drop off and we'll have to increase to regain that, we would have to go through a truth in taxation hearing in August in order to recapture that $4.4 million for the district. And we'll show in some subsequent charts, even with this levy shift due to the increase in assessed valuation, the overall tax rate will decrease by 2.02%. This schedule shows some historical rates. Just draw your attention just to the bottom line there, total tax rate. 2018 total tax rate was 0.0055. 2019, 0.005393, 2020, 0.005047. So if we were to do just the certified tax rate, and again, so the certified tax rate is the rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as last year. And this is minus the decrease in the general obligation bond rate, would be a 0.004804. The rate anticipating that we recapture that $4.4 million in the capital levy would then move up to a 0.004945, which is still a decrease over the previous year to a 0.00102. But that very final column shows what is the difference between the certified tax rate and the budgeted proposed budget tax rate. It's a 0.000141, which would be the increase to capture that $4.4 million that's rolling off of debt. Here is a schedule, again, showing the effect of tax rates throughout the years. And, we use the value of a $100,000 home. Now, I know you might say, there's not a $100,000 home in the city. But the reason we use a $100,000 home is it makes it mathematically easier for the public to say, all right, well, my home's worth 300,000, therefore I just take everything times 3, or 500,000, I take everything times 5. So it's really just to help someone take these numbers and apply it to their own personal situation. So on a $100,000 home, up here in the yellow section, the certified tax rate would show a decrease of $13.37 for the year, or 4.82%. With our proposed budget and recapturing that 4.4 million, the $100,000 valued home would still show an annual decrease of $5.61, or a negative 2.02%. And as you can see in this chart at the bottom, the amount that a property owner of a $100,000 home would pay has been continually decreasing. And largely that's because the assessment continually increases. And so you remember we talked about, as assessment goes up, rate goes down. And you can see that that graphical presentation there. Before we go on to this next slide, is there any questions, comments on the proposed tax rate?
Christy, you have your hand up. Do you still go ahead?
I think you're muted, Christy.
I sort of feel like I want to wait till the end, to the end of the presentation. So I'll wait until after Ellen's done.
Okay. I do have a couple questions too, but I think I can wait until the end of the presentation.
Let me just finish then. So the next steps for finalizing the fiscal year 21 budget, the week of April 26th through the 30th, I will make myself available for small group meetings of 2 or 3 board members. Those can either be done in person or remote, whatever the small group feels comfortable with, and we can go through some of the details of the budget and get questions answered and make sure that everyone has a really sufficient understanding of the budget process and the budget that we will be presenting to the board for approval on the first board meeting in June. On May the 4th board meeting, we'll present the executive summary final and the final property tax rates. And because I already have that certified tax rate from the legislative fiscal analyst office, I don't know that there will be a change on there. But if we get more information before then we'll update based on information from the State Tax Commission. June 1 is our anticipated budget hearing, and that is where the board will vote on the revised fiscal year 21 and proposed fiscal year 22 budget and approval of the 2021 tax rate. If the tax rate is proposed in this presentation is adopted at that point, on August 3rd, we will hold a truth in taxation hearing to be able to adopt a tax rate that is greater than the certified tax rate. And that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Alan. It's a ton of information. I feel like those small group meetings that Alan is proposing will be important for each one of us to take advantage of. I'm hoping, Alan, that you might during that time send out some proposed times and dates and let board members sign up for them so that we can make sure that we take advantage of that and that we never have more than 3 board members at a time. I think that will be really important. Thanks for this proposal or this to set up this discussion. I'm happy now to take questions from board members. I'll start with mine. If we do kind of go through this process you've outlined, it generates 4.4 million. Do you have capital needs that you're projecting that 4.4 million for? As we know, as a board, we've been paying as we go, and we have a big project in the district office upcoming. Is that where that 4.4 million is projected? If not, there's been conversation amongst the board, and not particularly this board, but a little bit about a future bonding to replace some, bigger things like high schools. If that's the case and that's the direction the board is wanting to go, I'm reluctant to try and do any recapture of capital money this year. I feel like it might be a good opportunity for us to say to our taxpayers, you've been paying on this bond, we've made this progress, and let's building goodwill for future ask. And that's kind of how I'm thinking about that at this point. But it's important to me to know if that 4.4 million is part of what we're spending to do the projects we've already got on the schedule.
Yeah, so in reality, since it has been going to debt, we have not been spending that money on current year needs, but it is to save for future years' needs. The difference would be if we didn't recapture that and we did need to go to bond to replace a high school or 2, the amount of bond we would need to go out for would increase because we don't have this $4.4 million coming into the capital each year. So it's a trade-off, not recapture it now and then have to have a higher bond when we get to that point, or recapture it now and then when we go out for bond, if we go out for bond, then the amount we need to bond for is less.
Other questions? Go ahead, Christy.
I just had to lower my hand. So to not sound repetitive, but I do think that, as a former board, that when we had the sunset of the capital equalization and we asked our taxpayers to allow us to leave that levy at the same place, we had a plan. And, the plan was to rebuild those the two elementaries and to also do the district office, which we have enough money to do. I think that for me, Alan, as we go through this, and I appreciate the work and the information that you provided, I need to have a plan that I can go back out to my taxpayers with. I can't just say I'm going to put this into, the capital. I think that, even if we did have to go for a higher bond, being able to provide tax relief for our taxpayers over the next couple of years, that a higher bond would be more supported if we were able to say, this is what we're going to bond for. This is the tax relief that we've been giving to you. And so, over a course of a couple of years, we might be able to capture an additional, $8 to $12 million. But at the same time, I think that for me personally, I'm kind of sitting in the same place, that Melissa is that we made that promise, that we would be looking, towards trying to provide that tax relief and letting that levy go. But, I would encourage our board members, because I think it can be very confusing to do those small group meetings. One of the things that helped me was to bring my own property tax notice so that you can go through it and you can look at, what exactly is being assessed, because there's a difference between the city assessments and, the county and then the school district. So, I will participate in those. I will listen, but I feel like, that in order for me to support this, there needs to be a more of a comprehensive plan as to where those monies would go, so that as we talk about that in a proactive way, that our taxpayers would understand that, with also the thought of knowing that this board might approach a bond in the next couple of years.
Go ahead, Catherine.
If maybe Alan wants us to give him some suggestions in those meetings. So, direction about how we think we want to spend that money, either before or during those meetings, because, that might be the way that, maybe he makes some suggestions to us and sends them out. But I think that, it's really up to us to decide how we want to spend that money. And I think that he's been very gracious in not saying this is how we should spend that money. So I think maybe that's what we need to think about is, what do we think is important and how we spend that money? And maybe that determines a study session. Maybe that needs a study session.
Yeah, because the district office building is the last large capital project that's been approved by the board, and there's nothing after that. Although I think we all know there are some capital needs out there. We just haven't had this serious discussions about them yet, because we are getting the ones we had on the table taken care of first.
All right, we've had a lot to think about. Thank you, and we'll look forward to those small group budget discussions. And we'll continue talking about this at future meetings as the schedule you proposed is out there. I think that's great, Alan. Thank you. All right, the next item on our discussion agenda is the SLCSD charter renewal. That is attached to the agenda. Superintendent, do you want to describe that? I think what we are looking for on this is discussion and potentially action on renewing this charter.
Right, it's not a change, it's just a renewal of the charter.
You're muted.
Larry, move your mic down.
Can you hear that now? Okay. Yeah, it's not a huge change. It's just a renewal of the charter, and it's for 3 years to put it in line with the lease of the property that the school's at. So, and our hope is that it would move to action and get approved tonight.
Discussion to this. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to read through that charter renewal. I'd be open to taking a motion to moving this to action.
Carly, I make a motion to move discussion item 3, SLCSD charter renewal to action.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion to the motion about moving this to action? So the motion was to move this to action, seconded by Catherine. Any discussion to the motion? Let's go ahead and vote on the motion to move this item to action.
Jorge, yes. Jenny.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, so that item is moved to action. Our practice in recent board meetings has been to take action on items as we move them. Would you like to take action now? We'll continue with that practice. So do I have a motion to take action on the SLCSD charter renewal?
I'm going to try this. I
Good.
would like to motion. Okay, I would like to motion to take action on the SLCSD. What?
Charter renewal.
Charter renewal. There you go.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks, Ellen.
So we have okay, got a second. All right. So we have a motion from Jenny and a second from Nate that we take action in renewing the SLCSD charter. Any discussion to that motion?
Just a
Catherine?
question, by taking action, we mean approve the
Approve it.
SLCSD charter. Is that
Right.
correct?
To renew it, right, Jenny? Yes. Hoeli?
The only thing I'll say is just that for people that are in our community, right? Just SLCSD is a charter school, but it's a dependent charter school to our school district, meaning that's why we do this stuff, because whether it's with the property or the hiring or the money, because they're connected to our school district, that's why we do this. So I'm glad that we have a great relationship with SLCSD and as a charter school, and they're a dependent with us in a very great relationship and making sure that they do the awesome things, and then we as a board just help them be awesome, right? so yeah, it's pretty easy thing. I think I read the renewal, and I'm super excited and grateful that it's in my precinct.
Thank you, Hoeli. Any other discussion to the motion that we approve the SLCSD charter renewal? Let's go ahead and vote.
Jorge, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our discussion agenda is just titled Fall 2021 in Person. And at our last board meeting, we had a presentation from Dr. Tiffany Hall, the superintendent, about what fall of 2021 would look like. There was as part of that presentation, a discussion about having the option to have students be in person 5 days a week. I think superintendent, correct me if I'm wrong. I think what we're looking for is the board to take action that we are committed based on what we know now to have a five day a week in-person option available for parents for their students in our school districts next fall.
Yeah, that's correct, President Ford. That's what we're looking for, and we'll talk about remote options in some of the sections coming up.
So I am open to just discussion on this topic, but I'm also looking for a motion to move this to action.
Take a shot at it.
Okay.
All right. I move to motion item 4, fall 2021 in person.
To move to action.
Move
Yes.
to action.
Okay, we have a motion to move this discussion item to action. Do I have a second? Hoeli. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to the motion to move this to action? Christy?
I am wondering if we could amend that to also say in person 5 days a week. Just to amend.
You'd like to amend the motion, which is a new motion, as we know. So
Right.
a motion
So
to
it would just say fall 2020 in person, 5 days a week.
action.
To action.
Okay.
I just have a comment on that.
Okay.
So
So there's a
support-
motion on the floor.
We need a
So
second.
you would need a second.
Are you making a new motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And so if
Mhm.
there's a second, that's fine. If not, we can leave it as Mohammed read it.
Mohammed, we've got a motion and a second that Mohammed we move this topic to action. We have an amendment, which is that we move fall 2021 in person 5 days a week to action. Waiting for a second.
I'll second the motion, the amendment.
All right. So we
Then
have a
Catherine.
motion and
I
a
have a-
second. Now we have discussion to that. Go ahead,
Right.
Catherine.
So I just would like to say that I support that, but there are some schools that I think are making an argument for the possibility of having an asynchronous day, Wednesday still. And if they brought that to the board, I would like us to be able to consider that. So I think that if the SCC and SIC brought that motion, I know we got a couple requests for that. And if the SIC and SEC wanted to bring that, obviously that would be, we would think about childcare and things like that. The school that brought it to us was a middle school. But I would like the flexibility for those schools to propose that if they wish.
Thank you, Catherine. Superintendent, I'm assuming that schools will have that flexibility to present proposals through their SIC faculty. There's a process for that.
There is a process for that. And I think when the one did come up at one point, I actually talked to the folks at the middle school, and I think that they were talking about doing Wednesday differently more than having it be asynchronous. So I think that we're going to have to be a little careful moving forward about the asynchronous Wednesday, or is it a different Wednesday where students are actually in the school building? But I think there is a process for them to bring requests to the board.
Schedule changes.
And I think that's great. Yeah.
I think that's good. That's good feedback, Catherine. Any other discussion to the amended motion that we move fall 2021 in person 5 days a week to the action agenda? All right, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment.
Relay, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. Now moving that to action. We'll go ahead and take action, which means that I'm open to a motion that on fall 2021 in person 5 days a week.
We still have to vote on the actual original motion that Mohammed made.
Oh, with the amendment. Okay, you're right. Okay, so now the original motion is amended to add 5 days a week. So the motion is now we will move fall 2021 in person 5 days a week to action. Let's vote on moving it to action.
Relay, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, now that item is moved to action. And the item moved to action is fall 2021 in person 5 days a week. I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the fall 2021 in-person 5 days a week proposal that's been given to us.
I'll second.
Got that motioned by Hoel Lee and seconded by Christy that we adopt the recommendation that was given to us for fall 2021 to be in person 5 days a week. Any discussion to the motion? Let's go ahead and vote.
Relay, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes. Moving to the next item on our discussion agenda, Salt Lake City Virtual School. Dr. Hall, I believe you're here to present to us. Superintendent, would you like to introduce Dr. Hall in this presentation?
I would. So what we're looking at here, and Dr. Hall will go into the details, is approval of the creation of a K-6 virtual school as a 2-year pilot to begin in fall of 2021, and approval of an administrator to oversee the virtual K-6 school as well as remote options in grades 7 through 12. The kind of general rationale is it allows teachers to work in one learning mode. We do have, Tiffany's going to share with you some numbers on the apparent desire of some folks to still be remote in the fall. And this is something that we can fund this pilot through the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. So there's no additional cost to the district for this. It'll create a high quality remote option for elementary students and support remote options for our secondary schools as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany for the details, and we'll take questions afterwards.
Thank you, Superintendent. And if you would just let me share my screen, I will try to make this as painless as possible. There we go. Thank you. We are very excited to be coming back to school 5 days a week in person next week. But as we know, and I love this quotation, over the last year, we have discovered, and many of our families have discovered, that remote learning works for them, it works for their family, and it works for their student. And they would like to continue in this mode. And we brought this up at our last board meeting and talked a little bit about what that might look like. Although, of course, our default mode for all of our schools will be back in person. So we are looking at some of those options. As we were directed at the last board meeting, we decided to go out to parents and ask some questions about whether or not they would be interested in staying in person, or excuse me, staying in remote or going back to in person next year. And we've had a very positive response to this. We've had about 50% of our families in our elementary schools, so about 4,700 as of about 6 o'clock this evening, have responded that the vast majority, of course, about 95%, would like to return in person. But about 5%, so currently about 256 students, have indicated that they would like to stay in a remote option program. And in Salt Lake School District, that's about the size of a school. So we wanted to begin to think about what that might look like for us. We also know with our secondary students that, again, we have about 4,700 families who have responded. And of course, through our assessment and evaluation department, each of these surveys went out addressed to parents for their specific student. So we had a response for each student by their grade if they had multiple students in our school. So this wasn't an open survey, it was a controlled survey where we were able to keep those responses secure. And of that 4,700 that have responded so far for our secondary students, 712, we have about 11%, about 513 students who have indicated that they would still like to remain in remote. Now, I have had some emails back where people are wondering about hybrid options, and we're not prepared to really think about what that looks like tonight, but I'm sure that we'll be dealing with that as we go. Right now, I'd like to focus on some of the elementary remote data. We took a quick look at this to see what that would look like by grade level. And as you can see, our kindergarten, so those would have been our pre-K 4 students that responded to that. 0 is our kindergarten year. We only have about 6 right now, but we also know that that's the hardest one for us to survey at this point. As school registration begins, we will be able to get a firmer number on kindergarten. In all of our other grades, first grade, we have about 24 students, second grade and third grade, fourth grade, 30 in the 30s, 31 to 39, and then fifth and sixth grade, over 40 students who would like to, at this time, stay remote. So that gives us an indication that we have some students and families that would like to stay there. We did a quick look at where those students are coming from. This was an interesting piece of data, and this will be attached to the minutes. The reason it was not in the original presentation is this is data that is fresh as of this afternoon. So we wanted to make sure we had the most current data possible for you. It's interesting for us to look and see some of the trends. Our schools with the highest number of families who would like to keep an elementary school remote are Franklin and Mountain View, and then Escalante. And then we have a group here around Backman, Benyon, Washington, and Whittier. We know that that also follows some of the trend data for our higher positivity rates that we saw earlier in the fall. And so it's interesting to see that families have really found opportunities and options to make that work for them. We also looked at this by race, just because we like to break things down. We know the board has asked us before to bring this breakdown to you. And one of the things that we have really noticed or found interesting about it is the incredible diversity that this group, all of our groups, but particularly our group of elementary students will have if the school is created. It will be a very diverse school. We also have data that there are students who have IEPs that would like to be a part of this school. And so, of course, we would need to prepare for that. We have that in our plan. Now, as we look at this, as the superintendent said, despite the fact that we have about 10% of our students who are thinking about staying remote or some combination of that next year, we are not considering at this time opening a virtual school for our secondary students. We know that that was something that we had thought might be an important part of our ongoing plan last year. But as Einstein said, in the middle of our difficulties came opportunity. And what we have really discovered in talking with our secondary schools is that they really have more flexibility to be able to offer options to students and families within their schools. So for all of our secondary schools, they have the opportunity to continue. And again, a lot of this will happen with scheduling and as registration comes in and as counselors work with families, but to have remote or online classes in a synchronous manner throughout the school day. So that's one opportunity that our high schools have talked about. They've also talked about in some specialized classes that might have a smaller enrollment, offering a hybrid or extended class option for that. We've gotten good at it. We have the equipment in our classrooms. We have learned how to use Canvas and leverage that as a point for the way our students learn and the way that we can reach them in a variety of different ways. Both of those are our synchronous or at the same time options. We also have two asynchronous options in our district. The first are our courses from the Utah Students Connect Consortium. That's the consortium that we belong to, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And also through the Utah State Online Education Program that we sometimes refer to as SEEDS. And so we'll talk about those asynchronous options for students. But before I move to that, I also would like to remind everybody in our district that we have our Innovations Early College High that offers blended and hybrid options, is fully integrated into Canvas, and is also another great opportunity and option for our students and their families. So looking at the Utah Students Connect Consortium, this is a group of 6 districts. Currently, it is administered through the Jordan School District, and we are one of the partner districts. And within this consortium, our districts, each district provides administrative support for training our counselors to enroll students. All of our counselors at our high schools, our 3 comprehensive high schools, have been trained to enroll students into Utah Student Connect courses. It allows us to track student progress. We know when students go in, we know what classes they're taking. We're able to see on a weekly basis how those students are moving through those classes. And that gives us an opportunity to reach out and offer support if that's needed for students. We have the opportunity to participate for annual course review. A certain segment of those courses are reviewed each year to make sure that they are up to date, appropriate, and core aligned. So as standards change, so do these courses. And our participation fee for this for courses in this consortium is for about approximately every 50 students that we enroll into consortium classes, we provide a teacher for a consortium section. Some of the advantages to our consortium is that our student enrollment is maintained at their home school. So a student at East, West, or Highland who enrolls in a consortium class is still an East, West, or Highland student. They can use any one of the courses from the consortium in a Salt Lake City School District school. There are All of the core classes are available and many, many elective courses are available. There are even some language courses that we don't teach in this district and some opportunities for students to take some classes that we may not even offer. So not only is it an opportunity to take classes that we have, but we can also extend our offerings through the consortiums. And then we set our stipend rate. The average cost that is taken from the WPU for a student who's enrolled in a consortium class is about $90 per student per quarter credit. Our second asynchronous option is our state online education program. And that is the program that's administered through USBE, set up through the legislature. And it has a variety of course providers. When we enroll a student in our state online education program, they could be in any one of these providers. As with the Utah Student Connect Consortium, districts are still enrolled through their home school. However, we can't track that student progress. We don't get that weekly feedback about attendance, logging in, time spent in the class. We can't access or see the curriculum, and students in grades 7 and 8 have to have an early graduation plan in place to enroll. So those are some of the differences and similarities between our two asynchronous options that students have. One of the differences is, as I asked Business Administrator Kearsley if he would pull the financial report. I can see the enrollment report for seats, and he can see the financial report for it. And we saw that the average cost to the student WPU per quarter course ranges, depending on the provider and the course, between $119 and $889 per quarter credit. So those are our two asynchronous options as we think about what we have available for our secondary students, which is why we are not, as we have gone through this year, we have learned that this is really not a place right now that we are saying that we will need to pull students into a school. Now, the reason that we would pull students into a school and give that school a number, and why that would be important, is because that number gives us the ability to roster students for any of the assessments that they take. And it allows us to speak back and forth to the state about where those students are enrolled. And so that's why where in secondary, they can do that within their school day, that is not possible to do within the school day of an elementary school. So we would like to propose a virtual school. We would like to create that with live synchronous teacher-led classes 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We would cover all of our core subjects in those classes. We would reach out and hire our teachers who have been very successful in engaging and connecting with our students in these grade levels using our virtual or online modality. On Wednesday, we'd like to do small group sessions. So we'd like to find some classrooms. We would like to actually house our virtual school in classrooms so that students could come in and do small group literacy or math groups, or attend a library and use library resources and do hands-on fine arts and science work with some of our science specialists or teachers, and also our BTS or music teachers, so that some of those options are available as students and families feel comfortable participating in small life groups. We would also continue to do some independent work using our high quality core tied online programs. And then that would be an opportunity for teachers to do their planning for the week, both for their class and vertically, to make sure that we're preparing students for the work of the subsequent grade. That's what we would hope that it would look like. And of course, as the superintendent read, the proposal that we have is that the board would approve a 2-year pilot that we would fund out of our ESSER funds, that we would hire a general education teacher for each grade level, kindergarten through 6th, that we would have a special education teacher for support, that we would provide a paraprofessional for those classrooms to help with small groups and managing that work during the day. We would need to have an administrator to connect both with the teachers, and of course, as a school, it would have an SIC and an SCC that would need to be managed, and then some office support. I'm willing to find a way to absorb some of that into my department, but I can't absorb all of it. So it would just be a partial FTE. So that is our data and information about online schools as we currently have it. And I would love to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hall. I appreciate that presentation, and Superintendent Madden. This is my understanding from what you said earlier is that this is the proposal that is the process for how to provide a high quality remote option for about 5% of the students that are still requesting that without putting those students in extended or hybrid classrooms. Okay, I'm sure board members have questions and comments and feelings about this. And Mohammed, I saw your hand, and then Christy and Catherine.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. That was fantastic. I appreciate all the details given in there. And I can only imagine how much work it took to get all those graphic designs in there. It's fantastic. Thank you. So I have a question in regards to how many students are we projecting to have per virtual class?
That is an excellent question. Once we get to about 25% of our parents responding, we know we're looking at trend data. So I would think about 5% is where we would stay. That could, of course, go up. So one of the things that we have talked about, and we have been to investigate several online schools that are currently functioning in the state. And what they have done is expanded the size of their class, maybe up to a 40 student cap, but with a paraprofessional or possibly two paraprofessionals that are working under the direction of the certified teacher. They've been able to keep that experience feeling very small. We saw our teachers do that this fall as well. So using that paraprofessional or two paraprofessionals may make it possible for us to extend that size. Again, as a pilot, we're trying to figure out how long those teachers and the classrooms would stay at those sizes going forward. The other thing that I would say to you is that while I would put 40 at possibly the very outside cap, the proof will come when actual registration happens. And if registration happens and we suddenly had, fifth and sixth grade seem to currently be our largest grades, if they suddenly went to 60, then we'd be saying to you, we'll be using two teachers in those grade levels. So that was a very long way of saying we would sort of float through the upper 20s to 40, but when it was a real solid post 40, we'd probably look at using two teachers rather than a teacher and a couple of paraprofessionals. Got that question.
Yeah, thank you. And one other question I have is in regards to ELP programs. Is that going to be a part of the virtual, or is it completely different?
So right now we have 3 magnet programs for our ELP students. We would be able to do some neighborhood services with our neighborhood teachers as we do in all of our elementary schools. But based on these numbers, we would not be able to do a magnet program. We have 3 magnet programs, and that's where our numbers have us right now. So neighborhood services, yes, and I would build that into the current neighborhood structure that we have.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. Catherine?
So thank you, Dr. Hall. That was a really interesting and thorough presentation, and I appreciate it. I think that as you are able to talk about the schools even more, I think you may get more responses. And I just want to mention, I don't know that you could know this, but I just want to mention that I do have some constituents who really feel like they don't have a choice. Their kids may not be old enough to get the vaccine, and that their children may not be able to get the vaccine because of a health issue. And I think that it really bothers them to hear that they would like to choose, because I think that they're forced to choose. So I just ask that, like I said, I don't think you know that, but that we be careful about our language when we talk about the kids, because I think many people feel like they have to make this choice rather than want to make this choice. I'm sure there are many people that want to make the choice too, but I just want to be sensitive to the feedback I've heard from some people in my own district. So the thing that I would like to say is that all kids would be allowed to re-enter programs. For example, if there was a student in the CNA program at Hawthorne, if they took some time off and then they wanted to, did virtual school, and that they would be allowed to re-enter the CNA program. That would be something. Or if similarly, if they were an Ensign student going to Wasatch or a Wasatch student going to Ensign, that they would not have to repetition to return to that school.
I understand how that would look and work. The one thing I would say, especially with a program like CNA, is that if students register through online registration for instance, the 2021-22 school year, the CNA program would backfill, of course, so that they would maintain their class size. If the way the lottery system and the open enrollment system works now, if a student declines that enrollment, then it goes to the next student and the next student. So depending on class size, that might not be possible until the next year for that to happen. But certainly,
right, that they wouldn't necessarily be able to hop back in. But that they would be pretty much guaranteed a spot in the next school year if they had to leave a program, or if they wanted to try remote school, they could re-enter, as Mohammed said, the EOP or the CNA program, and then do that. Great. I see. Thank you. And then
I would just say to the extent that our numbers would allow, I would say yes.
And we would make every effort to make that happen for that student. Okay. And then the other thing I'd like to, and then a Whittier student would be able to choose to attend Lincoln and vice versa. And they wouldn't have to reapply if they were going back, if they were already attending Lincoln from Whittier or Whittier from Lincoln, they could go ahead and not have to reapply to that school. Is that correct?
I am not, that's something we have not yet discussed.
We haven't talked about that, but I don't see that as a problem at all.
Okay, I think that's important. I think that'd be important for parents to know. Then I guess the other thing I would say is that that I would like this to be a situation. I'm so glad we're funding it with ESSER funds, that the FTE that the students leave it still stays with the school, because otherwise it will really impact those classrooms. Okay, good. So at least for the next 2 years, and then after that, or we will have to think about it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you so much for that presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
There was one part, can I just add one thing to that for Catherine, is I didn't include this at the start, but, and maybe Tiffany said it, I missed it, but we're going to create an evaluation model with the assessment and evaluation department so that we can actually bring some results back and really see where we are in a couple of years and determine, because we won't have ESSER money to pay for this forever, but if it becomes an established thing, then we'll roll it over and start paying for it with WPU at some point, but not for at least a couple of years.
Thank you, Superintendent. I forgot to say that.
Catherine, turn your microphone on so everybody.
Okay, what I said was that I understand that then the FTE would go to the remote school rather than stay at the elementary school.
Yes.
2 years, at the third year.
Would be a conversation at that point. Thank you, Catherine. Christy, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Hall, thank you so much for a great presentation. I'm just going to echo what Catherine said. It was filled with a lot of information that was very helpful for me tonight. You talked a little bit about, the threshold of how many kids could be in a classroom. What do you see the threshold of the lowest amount that you could have? And then what would happen if you didn't have enough for one grade?
That is a great question. And again, the proof will be in registration and when that happens. Right now, our current class FTE is built on about a 1 to 25. And so if we were sort of looking at that for an ongoing post-pilot model, that would be about where we would want to see that. We're doing that now. So I would see that as being the same numbers. Right now, the only course, and again, this is just with the data that we have now, and it's not registration, but the only 2 courses that are grades that are below that are kindergarten, which again is really difficult until we start registration because the surveys only went to our parents who are currently in our pre-K 4 class. And then our first grade, which is at 24. So I would say for our pilot 2 years, we could vary, and the superintendent's indicating that he's going to correct what I'm going to say, and I'm going to
I'm going to agree.
Okay, I think we would say that probably we could take that a little lower than normal as a pilot program to make sure that we are seeing whether or not we're meeting the needs of our families, and then as we evaluate it, whether or not it is an effective use of taxpayer money and our time and our instructional time with our students. And then if we get to the point in 3 years, for the 3rd year of this, when we start to have that conversation about, do we now fund this out of WPU? Part of that conversation would be, is enrollment high enough to sustain that with the WPU? And that might be something where we look at something similar to a CNA model if we have grades that are smaller, where we might say students have an option for a blended 1st, 2nd class or a blended, 4th, 5th class. That will just be part of that conversation as we do how it works going forward.
Okay, great. So I appreciate that you have identified, what your costs are going to be and that the ESSER fund money would be critical, to helping with this program. So President Ford and Vice President Salazar, I would like to request that we have a report on the ESSER fund so that we know what the full budget is and how those funds have been allocated and where they need to be spent. I would want us to be able to make sure that we have that money. Obviously, I think that Dr. Hall and our business administrator, Mr. Kersley, have had that conversation, but as a board, I think it would be important for us to have a report around those ESSER funds so that we could help support, what Dr. Hall is putting forward, which kind of leads me to my next question, Dr. Hall, which is about the special ed piece that you talked about a little bit. So if we have kids that are going to enroll, that have IEPs, is that going to be an increase of money into Shelley's budget? How to pay for special ed teachers and for aides? How would that work? Where would that money come from? Because of maintenance of effort, we would have to be careful, right?
Right. Well, with all of these teachers, we would be in that same position. If we have teachers, of course, then all of the teachers, the general ed teacher and a special ed specialist would become part of that group that's building up seniority in the district. So that's a key piece. As Dr. Halverson, I think she's officially posted as our special ed director, and I have discussed this. This is where we would start with that plan and then see as students come in if we would need to look at additional special ed aides, or if having a full-time teacher that would be serving and assisting in all of those grade levels would be sufficient.
And so basically you're saying that we would need to see how many, what the critical mass would be of how many kids would be there, which would either equate to additional aides or possibly a special ed teacher. And then at that point, you would have further discussions or with Dr. Halverson about how to pay for that. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So my last question is about Utah Connects, the Utah Students Connect, which I appreciate the information you brought to us tonight. You talked a little bit about that it's that our commitment is for every 50 students, there's 1 FTE per section, but that the enrollment stays at the home school. Could you speak a little bit? Is there an impact to the WPU at all, or does the WPU stay intact? Do you know how that works? I wasn't really quite clear.
So for every quarter credit that we have a student enrolled, then we stipend a teacher to, for every 50 we stipend a teacher, and our stipend for that, and it is the same for all of the, or for most of the range of teacher stipend in the consortium is really only different because 2 of the districts have a slightly different model. But most of the districts do a model where if a class has 0 to 50 or 0 to 20 students, the stipend for the quarter is $750. and 0 to 40 is 1,000, and over 40 is 150. And so that's where I kind of draw the idea that if we have 50 students in, then we provide a teacher for a quarter section of a class with a stipend at that amount. And that's where I get the calculation of each quarter class, the WPU, does cost us about $90 per class on average.
So that's a cost to us, but it's not a cost that we're sending out to Jordan, right? Okay, so it's just an internal cost.
Right.
The piece that we're sending out is the FTE.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank
Yes,
you.
and I just want to make sure that I have said all of that correctly. The other piece to that to think about is because people will say, well, that's different. You know, you're not teaching a class. The curriculum for all of these classes, all the curriculum, the assessment, everything has already been created. So the entire work of the teacher for that quarter credit is the feedback and communication with the student. And so that's why it can function outside of the school day for that teacher. So it's an opportunity for our teachers to have a different experience teaching.
Thank you, Tiffany. Nate?
Yeah, I just had a clarifying question, and excuse me if I've misinterpreted any of this too. But in our previous board meeting, we talked about the virtual school. We also talked about some options that are, just educational options that we would be using ESSER funds for. And it was my understanding at that point that those proposals had been sent for review in some way, shape, or form. And I'm wondering if there's any updates on any feedback that we've gotten from the reviewers of those plans and proposals, and if this virtual school is a part of that evaluation and feedback as well.
Clearly short of our approval of the application that we put in, the state did ask us to do an additional piece that the federal government asks states to do. We also included that piece, and this was a part of it. I appreciate Board Member Sweat's question about how these funds are being used and what that report would look like. The funds are very they are both very clearly delineated and very wide in scope. They really are focused on the support of unfinished learning, preparing students to enter the next grade, to catch up, or to support students that might have any learning gaps, and then also to support the idea of, what have we learned from this, and how can those practices really increase the knowledge of what we have and what we know about good education, and how that can look the same or differently as a result of experiences we've had during the closure.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall.
Hoali?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hall. I think your slides are always on point, or as the Gen Zers would say, it's the slides for me. I'm young, but I'm still trying to get what the Gen Z is trying to say nowadays.
It made me feel very, very, very old, Board Member.
No, but yeah, but when I taught horizontal, I felt old because I didn't know what they're saying sometimes. But yeah, so your slides are really, like I said, they're really helpful. Super simple, digestible. So a couple of things. So your proposal is they might be silly questions, but I'll start with the first one. Like, is there going to be a mascot? Like, I think that's important. But
no, that's a great question.
There's like just school spirit stuff, because some of my questions then go to that because of just like the culture you build. I know it's online, but like the culture you build in the school is going to be so important.
Absolutely. And really the SCC is the group that would be in charge of that. But I mean, I have also thought about that. I mean, it's kind of a boring, it's Salt Lake virtual. And so then I started, of course, thinking of all the mascots that started with V, because I'm alliterative that way. And I pretty much thought that, we have a unicorn, we could have a vampire, but I was told that, Ms. Pittum said vampires weren't appropriate for elementary, so I'm not allowed to go there. But they would be able to talk about mascots, colors, different things like that. You're absolutely, I 100% agree with that especially in an online environment, that idea of building a school culture and connecting your families and students to that culture is just as important or possibly more so than it is in a brick and mortar school.
Yeah, and that's, I remember learning in Escalante the song, the Explorers, Escalante Explorers. But yeah, so the other thing I just think of is just I brought this up before. Oh, let me put my time. Which was you mentioned small groups. Does small groups means they can be in person too as small groups, or is it just always on? Okay, so they can be.
Yeah, we would like to, again, if families are comfortable and they're able to, and I'll take Board Member Kennedy's admonition to watch my language with that it's not always a choice. But if they can and they are comfortable with that, we would love to have them come in person.
Cool. And then that's just the other thing. I know it's going to be district-wide, so they'll be anywhere and everywhere in this district, because the other thing I brought up last time was just recess, because in elementary school, recess is like super important. And sometimes I don't know if that's going to be facilitated, and especially with the pilot, like just allowing whatever, I saw the days and stuff, whether it's within the small groups, if they come in class, like allowing to be used the playgrounds for the students, I think is a good thing. Because I remember you mentioning that they could be following some sort of health or PE thing on screen, but just I remember in elementary school, just recess is just like a very vital thing. And I don't know how to do. I don't have the answers, but maybe you don't have the answers either. But trying to figure out, what does recess look like?
Right. And I would say we have had some incredible examples of how that could work in our elementary schools. And Ms. Pittum could speak to this better than I can, but everything from kids going into small groups to have recess chats, to putting up, as you said, a directed or an orchestrated brain break where kids are doing a dance or going through some moves or singing a song, to simply everybody stand up, turn your cameras off, get a drink of water, and do 20 jumping jacks. So, any of those things, but you're so right, especially with their younger students, the idea of sitting in front of a computer screen without that movement. And even within that teaching, when we talk about teachers that have been truly engaging with that, is that idea of still incorporating that movement and small and large group conversation online during the teaching day. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, Ms. Pittum, but you've seen many more examples of that than I have at the elementary of how those activities work.
We have teachers who just make it a part of what they do all day long, but also that they've learned and found ways to actually have recess together, whether it be yoga together, getting up and doing go noodle, dancing together, having a lot of fun together, even though they're not in person together.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, those were my main questions. I just remember when Escalante, well, I was there in the first year when North Star was built, and then Escalante, and my brother, I was 5th grade when it was the first year. My brother was 6th grade, so he was the first graduating class of Escalante. And when he graduated high school, it was like a big deal. So when this school was made, that first 6th grade graduating class, we need to make it a big deal. So I just think we're creating a school. I think that's the big thing that we have to realize. This is a school, and a school is a school, and people will have memories and pride with whatever we build there. And so I'm excited for this. Thank you.
I would choose a virus for a mascot.
A virus. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to turn that one down.
Maybe we'll just call them the Kings. How's that?
Well, thank you for this discussion. I want to thank you also, Dr. Hall, for this amount of work. I really appreciate the thought and creativity that's gone into trying to solve a complex problem. We have students and will continue to have students who need a remote, virtual option. We'll have students that will choose it and their families will choose it for them because it works better. And we've learned a lot this year about how to do that in really high quality ways. I've had the opportunity to participate in some classrooms virtually in classrooms in schools in my precinct, and I've really seen what great work our teachers are doing and how much effort they're putting into it. I would certainly support taking advantage of that work and that learning and expertise that they've developed to support students who really need this and choose this in both cases. And so I appreciate the thought that's gone into trying to solve that complex way to support students where they're at and what they need. And I appreciate that. It's a big deal to create a school, and I'm grateful for the thought you've put into how it would be funded and how it would be evaluated as we look at that ongoing need and how we would continue to fund it. It's important to me that we are cognizant of how that might affect funding at our brick and mortar schools as well. But I'm always supportive of ideas and planning that supports our students. So thank you for that. Nate, before I give you another chance to speak, I want to see if Jenny, did you have something you wanted to contribute to this? No? Okay, go ahead, Nate.
Oh, Dottie.
Sorry, Nate, we'll let Dottie go first, and then we'll go for round two if people have other things to say. Dottie?
Thanks, Melissa. I'll go really quick. Thanks, Dr. Hall, for all your incredible work. I think it's a really great idea to offer that choice and option for families who don't have the means to attend school in person or aren't ready yet. I think it's important that we give them that autonomy. And I think that it's a really, really incredible idea to have an online school for elementary students who think that's the best fit for their family. So I'm really excited and really proud to see this. Thank you so much, Dr. Hall.
All right, thank you, Dottie. Nate?
Yeah, I just had one other question, Dr. Hall, relative to the makeup of faculty and experts that would be a part of this school. You mentioned, SPED and paras and admin, of course, and teachers. Would there be any consideration for a behavior specialist? I felt like during the pandemic, I heard a lot of feedback from parents whose children struggle with things like anxiety or depression or even bullying, and found that the remote option really turned their spirits around and their opportunities in education in ways that they never thought possible. And I'm just wondering if that has been a part of the discussion, or if it could be at some point.
We have not quite gotten to that level of the detail because, of course, I would need your approval to really begin to make those types of decisions. But we have discussed that very thing, that for a lot of our students, this helped with anxiety or some of those other pieces. And so, there's always the issue of how big is the school and what do we do with that and what does it look like? But making sure that students have the resources they need would be a priority to any of the decisions that we make.
I think the first part too is making sure that we have the right teachers doing this job, because if there are people that are really good with the remote learning, they do attend to the social emotional learning of students, and they're very, very aware of that. And so while we may need some other resources, if we get the right teachers doing the job, I think it covers a lot of these bases.
Thank you, Superintendent and Dr. Hall.
Okay, Christy, go ahead.
Dr. Hall, do you feel like, well, let me start it a different way. There was a little bit of a negative feedback around the first survey, the survey that went out. And, I don't get those surveys, so I don't see them. And was there a second survey sent out, or was there just one survey asking whether or not parents would like to opt into a remote option?
We initiated this one on March 29th. It's the most recent one that we've done. I did receive feedback from one parent who felt like I had not been clear enough in stating that our default configuration would be in person 5 days a week. We've been tried very hard to clarify that. in the subsequent reminder emails, because the way our system is set up, the email goes out initially and then we receive that feedback. And again, I did only hear from one parent. I'm sure that you probably heard from many more. I did hear from some parents who, I had about 6 parents who said, we can't make the decision quite yet. We need to know, where masking is. We need to know where the virus is. And I had about 4 parents who said, I really would like to hear about a hybrid option. They were secondary parents, but other than that, I did not receive that feedback in a large way. We did adjust the reminder emails. So anybody who had not responded in the first 2 days of the survey, their reminder email did include the sentence that our default method for school next year would be 5 days a week doing the excellent work that we do here in the Salt Lake District.
Thank you. I think that that message was also very clear tonight. And I also appreciated, what Board Member Kennedy asked earlier too about options. I'm sorry that the slide isn't up in front. I was going to take a note, but how many students did we actually have respond? And how many students do we have that are elementary age?
We have roughly 11,000 elementary students, and we have about 4,700 of them that have replied. So we're nearing the 50% mark. But as Dr. Amio and her team, and I will just have to say, I can take 0 credit for my gorgeous graphs. They all come from subsequent evaluation. As she was watching that data come in, as we have seen with our large surveys, once we hit about 25%, then we start to kind of trend line out. And even though the numbers go up, the percentage stayed about the same.
Okay. So was the 11,000, is that based on our enrollment from this October or from the previous year?
Oh, that's a very good question. It's probably the previous year. I would have to pull that up. It's the number that when I do my calculations, I sort of in my head know we're between 10,000 and 11,000.
Okay, because I was thinking the same thing. I knew that our elementary was down. That's where we saw our biggest drop. And I was just looking to see if I could find that, but I came to my turn faster than I thought. So I think that, so then my second, well, I guess that if we've had, that number, but if we have parents that are not in our current system, they wouldn't have gotten the survey. Is that correct? Even though they might live in the district, but they chose somewhere else, they would not have gotten the survey. Is that correct?
Right, which is really why, we considered this as casting the wide net to see if there was enough interest to bring it to you as an option.
Okay.
And I think when we hit 200, we thought this is something that, taking into account parents that would not have received the survey or not have received, or not have responded, if we are able to open registration and then begin to advertise that and get that message out that it's an option, that's when we'll really start to see what our hard numbers are, especially with some of those families who might be in another district right now.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, board members, for this discussion. My understanding, Superintendent Dr. Hall, is that you're looking for some direction on how to move forward, whatever that direction might be. Do you want to speak to that, Superintendent?
Sure. I'll go back to what I said at the start. What we're looking for, hoping for, is approval of the creation of a K-6 virtual school as a 2-year pilot to begin in fall of 2021. And approval of an administrator to oversee the virtual K-6 school, as well as remote options in grades 7 through 12.
Nate?
And I'd like to move that we approve a K-6 option for a virtual school as a 2-year pilot beginning fall of 2021, along with the approval of an administrator to see virtual K-6 school, as well as options in grades 7 through 12.
Is that the motion you'd like to
move it to action? Excuse me. Thank you. I was thinking too far ahead. Thank you, Board Member Kennedy. I'll restate the motion. I move that we move Salt Lake City Virtual School to the action agenda.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay, so the motion is that we move this topic, Salt Lake City Virtual School, to action. A motion by Nate and seconded by Mohammed. Do I have any discussion to that motion? Let's go ahead and vote on moving this to the action agenda.
Yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
So that topic, the Salt Lake City Virtual School, has now been moved to action. And I will accept a motion to take action on this.
I can retry that. I move that we approve a K-6 virtual school as a 2-year pilot to begin in the fall of 2021, along with the approval of an administrator to oversee the virtual K-6 school, as well as options for remote options in grades 7 through 12.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Christy?
So I'd just like to take a moment and say that, you know, although this board a year ago, you know, in July, we had decided that we were going to try and keep a moratorium on moving into new programs or any new administrators, that we wanted to keep it as much as possible the same. But because we headed right into a pandemic and that things changed and turned things upside down. So this is a perfect example of why, you know, having this discussion about a necessity in order for our kids, you know, to be successful, that this board, you know, is taking this action tonight. And so that's why I'm in support of it, is because it's been a well laid out plan by Dr. Hall, and I appreciate the conversation that we've had tonight. So thank you.
I'd like to speak to the motion. I'm also in support of the motion. It will be important to me, as I've heard already through this conversation, that we do look at how that ESSER money is being spent, and that we do have a good evaluation of this 2-year pilot, because we will need to make some decisions at the end of that ESSER funding to support this on how we want to move this forward. And that's going to be a very important part of my support of this motion right now. Any other discussion to the motion? Hoeli?
Maybe the mascot could be a robot, like a robot dog. It doesn't have to be a robot human. Robots can be anything. It could be a robot dog. It could be a robot something. Just like spiritual. I don't know. I just think out loud. But I'm excited, of course, for this. It's not within any of our precincts. It's literally the whole district. So I want to, you know, challenge all of us to take full ownership, because it's going to be for all of us, all of our students and all of our precincts. And based on the statistics, I saw that. And so I'm super excited to help to see this flourish.
Any other discussion to the motion? Mohammed?
I also want to add my support to this, because this is amazing. And in regards to the mascot, I've been thinking about this. It's not a virus, no. Virtual robot, and it'll be Vobot.
We should have a mascot decision-making competition.
I
And
think the
include all
kids
the
get to do that.
students. Include this, yeah, have the students do that. That's what I mean. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the motion on the table. Nate, will you reread the motion?
I'd be happy to. So I made the motion to approve the K-6 virtual school as a 2-year pilot to begin in fall of 2021, along with the approval of an administrator to see the virtual K-6 school, as well as remote options in grades 7 through 12.
All right, let's go ahead.
Huile, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, that motion is approved. The next item on our discussion agenda is late start. We've now been going for about an hour and 40 minutes. Would you like to proceed, or should we take another couple minute break? Okay, let's keep going. The next item on the agenda is late start. It's late start for our high schools, board members who've been on the board for a while and board members who are new. You know that this has been an ongoing conversation for the board for a while. It's something that we've discussed, studied, surveyed, had lots of feedback on. And for the process for this new board, we've had a report about late start. We've had a study session about late start, and now here it is on our discussion. Superintendent, I'm going to turn the time to you to lead this conversation, but I have noticed that we do have members of our late start task force on this meeting as well. So Superintendent, the time's yours.
Yep, Mr. Chatterton's here if we have any questions that we need his help in answering. But what we're here to ask for is recommendation and approval of the two-tiered balance schedule to begin in the fall of 2021 with all schools on one of the two start times, even if they do not normally bus students to school. So all high schools would start at 8:45 a.m. It would be 8:45 to 3 p.m. on a normal day and 8:45 to 1:55 on an early out day. Middle schools would start at 8 o'clock, get out at 2:15, and they'd get out at 1:10 on early days. And elementary schools would start at either 8 a.m. or 8:45 a.m. The reason we're asking for this approval is this meets the board's decision from last year to begin high schools as close to 8:45 as we could. So this is 8:45 exactly. The balanced start times actually requires fewer bus drivers. And requiring all schools to be on one of these times will make it easier and in fact doable in any instance where we may have a student that might require busing and they may have to change schools and they would get busing no matter what school they go to. That would allow us to do that more seamlessly.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'd like to ask Principal Chatterton, who's chaired this committee, to share his thoughts as well. In the last meeting we had about this for this currently seated board, Principal Chatterton had a really great comprehensive presentation and discussion, and we asked you to come kind of asking us specifically for the things that you wanted feedback on. I think the superintendent has reflected, it sounds like reflected what you as a task force would like. So I just would like to give you the floor for a minute if you'd like to take it.
Yes, thank you, Board President, Board. Superintendent Madden and I have met on a couple of occasions, discussed what to put in this presentation or what to put into this proposal. So I am fully on board with what is being proposed by Superintendent Madden. I think this makes the most sense for our schools in terms of meeting what the board has put out in terms of a later start time for high schools. I think we've been very conscious of how we can still have students out at an early enough time to not impact whatever they might need after school, sports, jobs, whatever else they might be doing, still focused on getting everyone out by 3 p.m. Still providing teachers, especially at the elementary level, with the time allotted for an early out one day each week to be able to have that prep time that they need to collaborate and meet with one another. And so I think and still meet the board's requirements for the number of hours over the 1,000 hours that the board has required in terms of each school each year. So I am fully in support of what Superintendent Madden presented and look forward to your vote.
Thank you, Principal Chatterton. I appreciate that. I would like to open this now for board discussion. Catherine?
You're muted, Catherine.
I think this looks great. I appreciate all the work that's gone into it by the committee and by the staff, and I want to express that. So I just have a couple questions. I don't see on the chart. I'm assuming that the X schools are schools that do not currently have buses. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so if they do get buses, I assume they're going to have to go onto one of those two schedules.
Well, what we're proposing is that they have to go onto one of those schedules either way.
Okay.
The idea being that if a student did have to move from one school to another, that and they required busing, that they wouldn't have to change schedule.
I think that's very wise. What I don't see on this is the difference in minutes. So that was what my question was. So for example, the first one is Bonneville, they start at 8:30, but there's no change on Bonneville. So that was a question I had. None of the X schools have the changes written in. And then my second question is the Friday out for the high schools has the start time. Is that going to be a Monday start, or are we going to make that a Friday start?
Well, I believe per the conversation we had before with Kelly Orton, Director of Transportation, for transportation needs, I believe that it would be simpler if everyone had the same early out day at all levels, high school, elementary. So instead of high schools doing a late start on Monday, we would instead look at doing an early out. And again, I think that's a conversation we could have into which day would be the best day to do that early out. But I think every school in the district would need to be on that same day.
So are we saying that the high schools will be out at 9:30 a.m.? Because that seems really early. So do you see what I'm looking at? I have the Friday release time at 9:30.
The early outs would be at in high schools at 1:55.
Okay, so it's just
I'm not sure why that's on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's right.
Early outs for high schools, it'd be 1:55. For middle schools, it'd be 1:10. And I
think that's currently reflecting the current late start time of 9:30 a.m. on Mondays.
Okay, and so that's and I guess I would say that I'd like the board to, I think we could approve that, but maybe think about the fact that a late start on Monday is a really nice thing for students, even a later start. And that if there's some way that we could accommodate that 9:30 a.m. on Mondays, that would be great. If we can't, because of busing, if it would require more bus drivers, then I think we take the overall gain and go with the 1:55 out on Fridays maybe. I think Friday is the best day then, in that situation, the best day. But those are my two questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Dottie? Oh, Dottie, then Christy. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you. I was gonna ask, could you repeat again what time the high schools are supposed to start? Like when I look at it, I think I'm reading it wrong, but I see 7:45 and then.
It would be 8:45.
Okay, and then we get out.
And high school would get out at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe we should clarify that the schedule, it was hard for me for a minute too, Dottie. And
okay.
Yeah, it showed the current start time and then the new start time. And so you kind of had to look at the whole thing. But the start time, what it would be for all high schools is 8:45 a.m. and the release time would be 3 o'clock. On the early out day would be 1:55.
And the schedule is, the new schedule is under schedule and it's by letter.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? That's the new time. It took me a minute to figure that out myself.
Yeah, thanks for helping me out. Am I allowed to say something or no? Yeah, okay. Then I was gonna say that I kind of agree with Board Member Kennedy that I personally, at Hawthorne, we had the early out Fridays and I really liked that, but I think the older you get, the harder it is to do that. We want shorter Mondays rather than longer Fridays. I think that a lot of students would prefer that, but if that's not possible, that's okay. But I think that the 8:45 to 3 is a really good agenda time because it's not too late that most of us feel like we're spending the afternoon at school, but it's not too early that we don't get enough sleep. That's a pretty significant gain of an hour. So I'm really happy with that.
Thanks, Dottie. Christy, go ahead.
Thanks so much. So I think it has been a little confusing about the late start Mondays, but I think we need to remember that the late start Mondays was used for PLC time for our teachers. that was what that was used for. And so now moving it to Friday as a half day for students, that PLC time is now going to be used on the Friday afternoon for teachers. So I think that, we've gone through this for, quite some time now. I think we need the proposal of the 8:45 to 3 o'clock for high schools is great. Then you have that, early out on Fridays. And I think the other thing that I've heard is that families are really happy about that consistent schedule, because then, their high school student, their middle school student, and their elementary school student will all be coming together around the same time on Friday with that early out, which is helpful. The other thing I've also heard is that parents are okay with the middle school getting out a little bit earlier too, because, they're a little bit older. They're not so worried about their younger kids getting home earlier and nobody being there and the childcare situation. So that's also been a real positive, that I've heard over especially the last couple of months. I think that the proposal that we have before us is something that we've worked hard on. I think that, the one thing I would like to see, President Ford and Vice President Salazar, is to make sure that we do have an accountability piece. That, one of the things we all talked about and that was strongly expressed by several of our former board members and current board members is that this would improve our student achievement. And so I think we need to make sure that there is some sort of an accountability so that we can see that. I'd like to commend the committee and thank them for the work that they've done, and think that, the recommendation that's being put forward is what we've been looking for.
Other board members want to discuss? Go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So just to go over the schedule again. So this schedule that I'm looking at is not correct. So it's just a little hard to read. Okay. Well, just want to make sure, because some of the voice that I've been hearing from my precinct was the community of the middle school and the elementaries that are in our neighborhood. We have a lot of students who need to pick up their younger siblings, and that wait time for them to pick them up is really long. So I just want to make sure. So middle school will get out at what time?
2:15.
2:15, and then the elementaries will get out at what time?
Jeremy, do you have that in front of you? I don't have it here.
It depends on the elementary, really. But based on what it is, they'll either also get out at 2:15 or at 3 o'clock.
2:15 or 3 o'clock, yeah. Because I think prior they were over a little bit over an hour, was it? Like the time difference of when the middle schools and the elementary was.
I think some could have been, for sure.
I just want to make sure, because that's something that in our community we have a lot of kids waiting for their younger siblings, to take them home, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, so it'll be either 45 minutes apart or exactly the same time. It depends. So the middle school will start at 8 o'clock and end at, you said it, Superintendent, it's gone from my mind. 2:15. If the elementary school starts at 8 o'clock, it'll end at the same time. If it starts at 8:45, it'll end 45 minutes later, so 3 o'clock. But they could coordinate, right? I mean, they could certainly look at that. Principal
Absolutely.
You should be speaking to this, not me, but the schools could coordinate.
Okay, that's all.
So I will just take a minute and say I appreciate the work that's gone into this. It's been a long conversation. When we voted to support this last March, it was before the pandemic, and the world's certainly changed within a few weeks of that vote. I think that we do have an opportunity, as we did vote on it then, to proceed with this. I just am aware that this has been a lot of extra work and extra disruption through that process. I think this proposal does get us where we wanted to be and what I have supported. I am just a little bit wary of that disruption and the amount of work that this is. And you know, I mean, I guess this isn't the first time that I feel like the disruption of the pandemic makes things more difficult than it needs to be. I'm very much in support of watching and measuring how it does support our students. I also think we need to be very aware of our instructional minutes, especially at the high school, as we've kind of condensed it a little in order to make that release 3 o'clock and not later than that. I want to hear how it affects our students who are trying to get to afternoon shifts at jobs or after school activities. I really do trust that those are problems that can be solved as they come up, if they come up, because I do think the benefit outweighs that concern. So I'm in support of this proposal. I always have been in support of this later start for high school, just with some hesitations about the disruption that we're feeling right now. So that's my 2 cents on this. Nate, and then I see your hand, Christy. We'll just make sure everybody's got a chance first. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, I just would want to echo the, how we measure and study this, not only academically, but also through that SEL and behavior lens as well. I think one of the other pieces that we talked a lot about last year was not only academics, but also the mental health of our students as well, with providing this type of option to them and to families. So I would look for that recommendation if that's at all possible, if there's a way that we can study that.
Thank you. Thanks, Nate. I just want to make sure everybody's had an opportunity. Hoeli, go ahead.
Yeah, just connected to that. We're giving the youth some time to wake up later, but as a health teacher, I would ask the youth, I was like, do you know how many hours of sleep you need to have as an adolescent? Not pretty much when you're starting 12 years old until you're 25. You're supposed to have 10. So Dottie, don't be shaking your head. I saw you. You're supposed to have 10 hours of sleep. So if we give you these extra hours, ideally with the health teachers, I don't even know if we have health in middle school anymore, but at least in high school, we got to help them realize this, like to take advantage of it. Like there's a lot of ways where we can help these youth take advantage of this sleep. And so I took advantage. I actually always had 10 hours of sleep when I was in high school, and I did IB and I did all these other things. And I just feel, and I did that until I was 25. Now I usually do 9 hours, except on Tuesdays, I go usually 6 hours because of school board meetings. But anyways, I think this is a great thing we're doing. And then you're a principal, right, Jeremy Chatterton? Right? Now that when we vote for this, you can focus a little bit more on other stuff, because I'm also want to acknowledge this is a lot of work. And I'm grateful for this whole task force, for all the work you've been doing, especially on top of the pandemic. So we're going to ideally, hopefully close this, and then we'll be ready for the next school year to get it implemented.
I'll take 10 hours of sleep any chance I get.
Thanks, Hoeli. Mohammed, did you no? Okay. Christy? Okay,
Thanks so
you.
much. I've just been thinking about what board member Sika asked, and so there was a time when we had several of our elementary schools that chose to start at 8. We can see that, on the schedule, but they also extended their day to 4 o'clock. So I'm wondering if that is also an option that we might offer our schools, if our last bus runs, but yet we might have some schools that would like to extend their day, because I think it was in especially our Title I schools that needed extra time in their day. If that is, because we haven't really talked about that. And I don't know, Jeremy, if that was something that was discussed, and maybe Becky might have some input on that, but I know there was a time that was exactly what you're talking about, that the day was longer. And so I don't know if those schools are still looking at that longer extension, but if not, then we've put them to what did you say, 2:15? If
Yeah.
they come in at 8, it would be 2:15. And so, and maybe some of our Title I schools that specifically wanted a longer day, will they still have that ability to do that if they wanted to add time on to the end of their day? Was that something that was talked about, Jeremy, or discussed in the committee?
That was not discussed. The discussion focused on getting to the 1,000 hours.
Okay.
And what we needed to do to achieve that. So yeah, we did not look at putting more hours in for any one school or another.
Okay. And Becky, do you feel like that's going to be an issue in some of our schools that had that extended day?
I think if there's a school that would like to add time, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to at least sit down at the table and work with Kelly Orton. He has been so helpful this entire year with whatever we need. I think, and I also believe one thing that he's told me is as we put these structures in place, it actually makes those busing routes a lot easier to manage. So if a school wanted to add time and that went through their SIC and their SCC, then I don't see why we wouldn't be able to at least address that. Larry?
Yeah, I think same process as we talked about for the asynchronous Wednesdays. They would go through their site-based management process and then eventually bring a proposal to you.
Okay. Yep. Okay, great. That just sparked me from what you said, Jenny. And I think it is important, and I appreciate Melissa bringing up that we are actually, it is about 50, correct, Jeremy, less of instructional hours, because we're just over that 1,000. And so I appreciate what you said, President Ford, that we do need to have an accountability because there are going to be less instructional hours. So, hopefully again, we'll just be able to track that and make sure that our students are taking advantage, of what we're offering them with this late start. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Again, I'm now open and willing to accept a motion to move this to action if that's the will of the board.
I move the discussion item number 6, late start, to action.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to move this topic, late start, item number 6, to action. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote to move this to action.
Quilla, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. Now this topic, late start, is on the action agenda. I will now accept a motion to take action on this item.
You're muted, Catherine.
I move that we accept the late start schedule as written and as indicated with the changes we discussed tonight. That being that the schools will all have either a start time of 8 or 8:45, the elementary schools, and that the high school's Friday release time will right now be 1:55. And in doing so, I'd like to make a special mention of a past board member, Heather Bennett, and her dedication to this issue, and just note how pleased I think she would be. And also former board member Sam Hansen and his dedication and work on this issue.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Catherine. And will you just restate the specifics of the motion that we'll be taking action on?
I move that we accept the late start as presented to us, with exceptions that the schools noted with an X will now be moved to either 8 or 8:45. That right now they don't seem to not have bus schedules, but we were told that they moved to 8 or 8:45. And that the Friday release time for high schools, instead of being 9:30, which is indicated on the schedule, will be 1:55 p.m. Is that correct, Superintendent?
1:55.
Okay, that's the motion. And then expressing thanks to former board members Heather Bennett and Sam Hansen for their dedication to this issue and work on this issue.
I'll second the motion.
Second the motion. Any discussion to this motion? Christy?
I think we just need to clarify, maybe just for me, but I thought that the schools that started at 8 were the ones who are slated to start at 8. Everybody else starts at 8:45. Is that correct? Or do we have some schools that are at 8 past 8:30 that'll be moved to 8 o'clock?
Jeremy, that I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me.
Yeah, we do have some schools that are past 8:30 currently that are moving to 8 o'clock. They are this year on that same schedule. This would be, they were past 8:30 prior to this year. So this year they haven't moved to 8 o'clock.
So okay, so everybody that isn't 8 o'clock this year will stay 8 o'clock, right?
Correct.
And everybody else would move to the 8:45.
Correct. Although I will say schools that currently do not have a bus that are denoted by the X's, I think that there's no reason why those schools could not choose one or the other, but they would need to choose one or the other.
Okay, so that helps clarify, I think, Catherine's motion, so that that is just like muddy clear.
So
more clear. That's more better.
So I think for clarity, the motion is about adopting the proposal. And the proposal is moving schools either to a start time of 8 a.m. or 8:45 a.m., with high schools being at 8:45 a.m. and middle schools being at 8 a.m. and elementary schools being divided between 8:45 a.m. and 8 a.m., largely dependent on where they are right now, with schools who have no buses needing to choose either 8 or 8:45, but with the ability to choose. Some of it will be worked through with transportation. So perhaps there's a clearer way to make a motion that says we're adopting that proposal with those two start times. And if somebody wants to make a motion, or if Catherine wants to amend her own motion, it's not changing the substance, it's just clarifying the language. Mm-hmm.
I accept that as a clarifying addendum to my motion.
So let me try and then state the motion. The motion is that we adopt the late start proposal as presented by the superintendent for fall 2021, with a start time of 8 a.m. or 8:45 a.m., with high schools being at 8:45 a.m. and middle schools being at 8 a.m. and elementary schools being between one of the two times, 8 or 8:45, with an early release on Friday. That's the motion. Everybody clear on that? Understand that? We have that motion and the second, with gratitude expressed to former board president Heather Bennett and her son Sam Hansen. That was part of Catherine's motion. I want to make sure that's there. Any other discussion to that? The only thing I will say that I don't want to make an amendment to the motion, but I would like to see us and have heard support from the board to be clear about evaluating the benefits that come from this decision. So I would like to see that be board direction, but don't need to see it as a part of this motion necessarily. Do I see support for that? Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the motion.
Corley, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Ahmed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. All right. That motion passes. Thank you, board members. The next item on our agenda is Benyon and the proposal that was brought to the board to make Benyon a SLCSD, part of the SLCSD cohort of schools.
Board President Ford.
Superintendent. Oh.
Board President Ford, I move that we table the rest of our agenda since it's 10:15. And I think we're already becoming tired. And I think that it would be unwise of us to go on. And we've just talked about how we need more sleep. So I move that we table the rest of our agenda until our next meeting.
Do I have a second to that motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed with our agenda, and I think we can do it fairly quickly if we honor our time commitments. I know that we've gone through a lot tonight, and as we're kind of addressing some things that we've been talking about for a while, and I appreciate your patience as we move through these things. The next item on our agenda is Benyon and Superintendent. I'll turn the time to you to present this one.
Yep, I'll be as brief as I can be. So we did have a report on Benyon. We also went through a study session on the SLCSD. I'm recommending the approval of the SLCSD proposal as a 3-year district pilot. Next year would be more in-depth planning, professional development, and recruiting. Initial implementation of the model would be in the 2022-23 school year, and we would create an evaluation model with assessment and evaluation, the results to be presented to the board and stakeholders at the end of the 23-24 school year. Just a few pieces of rationale. I mean, we've gone through lots of this in the report and the study session. I think this would be good for students. There are no additional costs to the district to pilot this model. It is also a show that we support innovation that's initiated by our employees and hopefully sparks more innovation. The model's proven effective, both at SLCS Rose Park and at SLCS Bryant. And I would note that in 1920 school year, the SLCS Rose Park was selected as a gold level school of opportunity by the National Education Policy Center as one of only 8 schools recognized in the country for its work around equity and inclusion. And I think that's very important. From the start, SLCS has been about changing opportunity and I think very honestly focused on those that have been traditionally underserved and maybe needed the most, and it has worked. And so I recommend approval.
Thank you, Superintendent. Open for discussion.
Brittany and Matt are both here as well, if
Okay,
any questions need to be directed to them.
All right. Thank you for being here, Brittany and Matt. Is there something you'd like to add to this conversation very quickly?
I just want to recognize that we've had a large team of teachers passionately dedicated to moving this work forward. You know, Matt and I have been the people that have come before you, but there are a lot of people vested in this project and really excited to hopefully continue the work. So we come representing many, and we're excited to hear what you have to say tonight.
Amen.
Thank you both. Board members, open for discussion. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Brittany and Matt, this is, you know, I really appreciate everything you have put in to bring it thus far. Seems like it's been a a vehicle that's been moving uphill, and every time it stalls, kind of like rolls back. So we are almost there. And I just, you know, as I'm thinking about this, yes, there are some schools that are not going to be like, oh, that will feel like they are not benefiting from the program. But in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is that this board here, we are no longer a group that just thinks about our precinct, but rather it is a group that thinks about our district. and you know, if it's gonna benefit students from my precinct or someone else's precinct, why not move with it? I mean, it is just a very important thing, because we're all into it for one thing: making sure that our kids have the best education possible. They are the future of this country, and my visit to the school just spoke to me as an immigrant, and you know, it just spoke to me. And when I think about all the students who are immigrants, refugees, who came here to this country to live the American dream, that the system is so big, you know, it's so hard to sort through it. But then when you look at the opportunities given at SLCSD, it actually helps narrow the what we are looking for, what path we want to choose. So I just want to say, you'll have my support for this, and I commend you and I salute you for everything you have done to make this happen thus far.
Thanks, Mohammed. Christy?
Thanks so much, President Ford. So I want to come at this at a little bit different angle, and I hope it gives some food for thought for everyone. You know, I'm going to try and put aside the fact that, you know, we weren't going to start any new programs and it wasn't a part of, you know, any of our board priorities. But to the credit of Board Member Salazar and to, you know, the principals from Slicksley and Bryant, they certainly, you know, and then also I just wanted to mention, is it Ashley Leet? Is that how you say it? Leet? You know, spoke tonight about, you know, that a year and a half ago, you know, that there was a conversation around the possibility of closing Benyon Elementary because we know that the enrollment is low. So I think that, you know, as a former parent of a school that was closed during a time when a board had decided that 550 was the optimal, you know, level. That was the threshold that schools had to be at, not to be considered to be closed. And both Catherine and I are the only ones who sit on this board who had, you know, our schools closed. And so if we were going to do that today, then there's only 4 elementary schools that are at 550. All the rest of them would have to be closed according to those standards that another board set a number of years ago. So what I'm asking you to think about tonight is, because we haven't really had a deep dive, we've had a great discussion, we've had some information. The superintendent is now offering this new program of a pilot that, you know, to have a deeper conversation, which we haven't had yet, thanks Hoali, about our enrollment and where we're at. That if we go ahead and we move this forward, then we're making a commitment to small schools. And if that's really what we're talking about is small schools and small classrooms, then I'm always going to be the first one to raise my hand, because both Catherine and I at that time, that's what we wanted. Keep our small school open, you know, invest in a small school. So I think that this recommendation that is setting a precedent for us and as a board, that if you're going to say, yes, let's go ahead and let's do this, let's infuse this in, even though the school is small, with the hopes that it might grow, that we also have to look at that district wide, that it's not just going to be this one specific school that we're not going to close, that you're all taking this on now, you know, that's something that we're going to invest in is small schools.
Thank you, Christy. Yeah, I appreciate that. I certainly know. I'll go ahead and take my time right now, Hoeli, if that's okay. Certainly know the difficulty of closing schools, and certainly would support the idea of keeping small schools, especially highly impacted schools that have the benefit of in this sort of way of affecting in positive ways students who really need the support. Certainly do want to look at that as we look at our overall enrollment and how we move forward. I would prefer to look and would commit to looking at ways to support those schools short of closing them. And to me, I view this as an opportunity to in a pilot couple of year sort of way, support a school that needs the support. And if this model works, and we have seen that it does at middle school and high school, and certainly with a strong team leading it, have high expectations that it will have the outcomes for students that we as a board want. And so I do support moving forward with this, knowing that it is one piece of a much larger conversation. And it won't be easy, those conversations, but I think as long as we're always continually focusing on how we support strong student outcomes, those hard conversations will fall into place. And so that's why I will be in support of this. Catherine?
A few weeks ago, when we talked about the option of creating a SLCSD elementary school, one of my fellow board members said I had a vendetta against him. Nothing could be further from the truth. I support a SLCSD elementary school, and I'm interested in what is best for students in our district. I do not believe that this plan is in their best interest, at least without further study about how it works for the long-term strategic planning for the district. In fact, Benyon is the school where the fewest students, because of its low enrollment, will benefit with the partnership with SLCSD. And simultaneously, it will cost us the most money because currently Benyon students each are allocated over $1,000 more than the average in our district. In addition, there's a high probability of destabilizing some of the other close elementary schools that circle Benyon. We'll have to take our own district students before we take out of district students, and I think a SLCSD elementary school will be very popular. So I see those school enrollments dropping. Going clockwise from the north, those schools include Wasatch, Uinta, Emerson, Hawthorne, Whittier, Lincoln, Franklin, Jackson, Washington, Open Classroom, and Ensign, each of which might be affected. If one of those schools lost just 25 students to Benyon, their FTE will be affected. And as all of us know, sat in on SEC meetings, if you lose just one teacher, it dramatically affects your school. And it's probable that many will lose that many students or more. In the long run, these schools' long-term prospects may become unstable. This may not be in the best terms of the district. We need a study to determine a long-term plan for the city. This should be done in conjunction with information from the census data and with our new superintendent. We learned tonight that a high number of Benyon students plan to be remote. Benyon is in the top 4 schools with students that want to stay remote. This makes their numbers even lower. Any decision making about special programs needs to be part of a strategic plan. At the very minimum, we should consider whether we want another East Side special program. We've been criticized because most of our special programs are located on the east side of the city. New board members should tour Benyon and decide whether a program should be located in this building. They have not even had the opportunity to look at Benyon. I ask why? Why are we making such an effort to do SLCSD at Benyon? And why are we doing it so hastily? How much time do I have left? Just 30 seconds. I think we're doing this because one board member has a personal friendship with the principal at Benyon, not because SLCSD staff carefully evaluated the elementary schools and chose Benyon, as we heard from one parent tonight. That board member conducted secret meetings without informing any district administration or other board members last summer, after which he presented this plan. Other elementary schools, including schools that inquired about becoming part of SLCSD only a few years ago, were not invited to submit applications. They were shut out. That board member is now able to push this onto our agenda because he's part of leadership. We have other things to talk about and other things to study. We've talked about this 4 times, and we've not voted as a board to put it on our agenda. I understand that people were urged to write and speak to our board, and I understand why Benyon teachers are in favor of this plan, but this should not make us jump to hasty decisions.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, next, Wally.
It's nice to see you, Brittany. So, yeah, first, so can you mute yourself so I don't hear the echo? So one of the things that I want to bring up is, yeah, thank you for all the work that you all been doing. One of the emails I got was from the CEO and president of the United Way, Salt Lake, just like really affirming and excited about this. And I was like, oh, that's great. I'm always, I've been critical in the past of like how just our district's been needing to build more partnerships and, sustainable partnerships in general with a lot of people. I thought James Yapias's thing with a lot of partnerships that's happening there is great. Well, I know that Slicks is very, very proactive and diligent about creating their own partnerships and just being very just like if it was like you have children is the best child. They're just like, you don't have to worry about them, right? They're just doing everything. And so with this next pilot, I think it's going to be great. I think it's really needed. The only like critique I have, which is not really a big critique, is just like there's a lot of coding. The program's already a Binion and like coding stuff. But I'm actually creating a whole ed tech company that's no code. No code is actually a very big thing, which is people don't know too much about. And so I would like to see in the future, especially with Slixie in general, is like, what does no code mean in terms of building things with no code? Because code is important, but no code is also a big. And I know you all are very proactive in knowing what are the best things for the future, especially if you're starting in elementary school. If a first grader is learning about no code, especially when it comes to AR and VR and AI, by the time they're my age, that is literally, or even when they graduate high school, it's going to be very clear that that's the careers they're going. Because when I was in high school, the App Store launched, and no one, if a person was like, you should be an app developer, I did not understand what that even meant. But now apps are like a whole industry, right? And so just being proactive and understanding those kind of new technologies, or they're not even emerging technologies, they're current technologies, and what they're going to be doing, I think, is going to be great. But yeah, elementary school is super exciting. And I loved what Christy brought up in terms of just really rethinking about this in terms of our strategy. Like if we're going to prioritize schools, smaller schools, I think that's going to be a very clear thing that we decide today. And I'll also bring that up. I don't think many of my schools will probably close, but I think just as Mohammed brought up, we have to be helping our whole school district and being divergent in how we think about the problems we have. And I don't even think they're problems most of the time. It's just opportunities we have, just like the pandemic provided us. And so that's my time. But yeah, thank you for all the work you've been doing.
Thank you, Hoeli. Nate?
Yeah, thank you, President Ford. I've also just prepared a brief statement that I'll read. Try to stay on track. So to me, this is really about our students, putting what we say as a board to action. And while this is also included in a discussion about the realities of school closure, it's not one about board members making backroom deals. We have to make decisions in this instance, in this moment, based on who's with us now. And right now that is 150 students and their families at Benyon Elementary, who collectively represent everything we say that we cherish when it comes to diversity and when it comes to equity. I see this as our first test, and the results, whether we like it or not, of tonight's decision will represent the foundations of this new era of Salt Lake City School District and Board. Let's face the facts. Legislation from this previous session holds local LEAs harmless for enrollment numbers through the next school year relative to funding. Even if we decided to close Benyon and give into certain sentiments on the other side of this argument, the recommendation wouldn't come from us. It would come from a superintendent. There is a strict policy that we have to follow. That's a 2 to 3 year process that this board approved that involves the collaboration with community, with parents, with elected officials, community leaders. This is time for Benyon and any of our schools. This is true, right? If this is what we're really talking about, closing schools and the future of it, let's just be clear about what that policy states and how it moves forward. Some of the fundamental, the question I have is, do we want to be a district who looks at opportunity and says no? Or does this part of saying no, does this display the behavior that will attract the students that we need to increase our enrollment and also build back the trust that we are trying to rebuild? Or does this foundation of this institution's legacy rest on our ability to demonstrate that we are bold and willing to take healthy risks, especially when it comes to the best interest of every student in our school district and every student that we say we cherish? My last question is this: if not SLCSD Bennion, then what? Is this governing board going to continue to allow one of our schools, our students and their experts, the adults in that room, in buildings, to live in ambiguity without support that they've desperately deserved and needed to advance our next generation here in the heart of our city? Are we really willing to allow this to continue for another 3 to 4 years? Or are we going to fulfill the promises that we've said and sworn our oaths to fulfill in preparing the next generation for college and career? Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. Any other comments? Catherine, your hand is up. Go ahead.
So
No, I didn't see you raising your hand, Jenny. If you'd like to make a comment, it's your turn.
Oh, no, that's all right. Okay. So I just would ask, why has this not shown up on our agenda until now? Or why is this shown up on our agenda now? The topic has been on our agenda 4 times, sort of forced through to the neglect of other things we're supposed to discuss. Why isn't this part of a larger strategic plan? I'm not looking at this and saying no. I'm saying, let's be sure. Maybe Bennion is the right place for SLCSD Elementary, but we need to be sure. Why are we moving so fast on this? Why aren't we consulting our new superintendent? Why aren't we looking at the census data first? Why can't we wait a year to study demographics in our city to determine if this truly is the best place for SLCSD Elementary School? Because taking the program away if it's the wrong site will be very difficult. We need to table this issue until we have done this work. We're putting the cart before the horse. We could just vote to proceed with a SLCSD Elementary School in general and then decide when it should be. I would like to ask Ellen whether we really can be a district of small schools, keep all our elementary schools with enrollments of 135 to 225 or 250, with just a few exceptions, and maintain our other things.
Thank you, Catherine. Thanks.
I still have a couple other minutes. I just wanted to ask that question of Ellen.
Yeah, to have those ratios go down that much, we would have to analyze that. It would definitely require additional resources to fund those smaller class sizes.
So thank you, Ellen. I don't think we can be a district of smaller elementary schools. It's just not possible financially. So any board member who votes to implement Bennion SLCSD, I think, is voting for non-transparent and non-holistic decision-making, and decision-making that is based on the wrong things rather than the needs of children. If board members made a commitment to vote for Bennion SLCSD before understanding all these issues, those board members should not feel bound by that commitment. And they should vote for what is best for our children in our district, which can only be determined when we do a comprehensive study of our district's future needs.
Thank you for that input, Catherine. Mohammed?
You're muted.
I started that. No. Okay. As I'm looking over here, it's something that I did not grow up with. Seeing like people of the community working together to make a sound decision that will benefit the community as a whole. I mean, when we were elected to this office, we have, promised our communities that we're going to have a new board, a board that is based on respect, a board that is based on integrity, a board that is like very transparent. And so, and I respectfully disagree with you, Catherine. You know, I really like you as a dear friend and as a colleague. But, you know, there is no tangible evidence that there is any behind the door deals that are taking place for this to happen. I personally took my time as a new school board member, took my time and drove around and thought about what would be best for those students. Not because I was convinced by someone, not because someone came and just like provided me with their agenda or so. It is because I thought about those students. I thought about, yes, it is a little bit east, but it's pulling students from west to east. And that's what we are looking for. We're all here, none of us, I personally am not gonna make a hasty decision here. The decision that I'm making, it's because it is a decision that I'm fully convinced that it is right for people that I know, for students. If I were a student, I would love to be in that area. And this is, you know, it is, I don't know what other words that I can put it in. The importance of students to me. As the first person in my family's generation to ever earn a bachelor's degree and be the first in my village in the 50-mile radius to go ahead and earn a master's degree. You can see my parents who did not have a dime in their pocket, and I had to work my way through coming here to US with $400 in my pocket. And so these opportunities we are providing for the students is only we are doing it because we want what's best for them. And I hope that, you know, everyone understand that here. I'm very passionate, emotional about it, but it means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. Christy?
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the comments that everybody's made tonight. For me, I think that the process and the lack of information of some of the things that Catherine pointed out and some of the things that I did, and especially that the majority of us, you know, the 4 board members, you know, did talk about that we really wanted to keep things simple this year. The one thing that I think this board should know about me and that they have seen me do over the years is that once this board makes a decision, the majority rules, and I'll support whatever that decision is. But being able to have the opportunity to debate this and to talk about that, that shouldn't be held against me or any other board members, you know, in the ways that we vote, because I will support whatever the decision is that this board makes. But I do think it's important that when we make a commitment, that we stick with that commitment. And so it's just unfortunate that this has come. I've voted and I've supported the SLCSD model from the very beginning. And, you know, I just feel like that there are some very specific things that we've overlooked. But as I've said, you know, whatever my vote is tonight is going to be my vote. But going forward, I'm going to support what the majority of the board, you know, chooses to do.
Thank you, Christy. Jenny?
Thank you. My thought to this is, I think the reality of what SLCSD is presenting is everybody wants a SLCSD. And I think that's where the tough part is I don't have a, you know, I don't disapprove of the SLCSD Benyon, but I hope to see a more SLCSD district wide. That's the reality that I'm looking for. These kids deserve it all. They deserve a SLCSD. What my tour that I was able to take there, I just know for sure I would have excelled in that program if I were given a chance. My kids would excel in that program. Our community would excel in that program. So my hope is that that we can move in that direction via district wide to create something like that for everyone in the district. That's just my take on that.
Thank you, Jenny. I'll just take a quick second to say I will second that, Jenny, and part of what appeals to me about this is I would like to send a very clear message that this board is open to innovation and ideas that support students, that we will listen to those ideas and take them seriously and carefully. I respect my board members and know that that's what you're doing, all of you, including those of you who are presenting concerns. Those concerns are valid. I think they're things that we need to be paying attention to and looking at. I do still feel like this is the step that we can take right now, and something that we can assess as we go, including how we support all schools and all students. Really, it's the students we're supporting, not the schools, and giving them every opportunity that they deserve to be successful. Nate, go.
Yeah, I move that we move the approval for SLCSD Benyon to the action agenda.
You want to hear from Dottie first?
So we need to give everybody another opportunity. Nate, do you have something you want to add right now?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Dottie, did I hear Dottie? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I think my background
Go ahead, Dottie.
kind of white, so it's kind of hard to see the yellow hands. But yeah, I was gonna say that I have friends that go to SLCSD. I went to Hawthorne. I was part of the ELP program. I'm sure all of you noticed that, but that I think is probably the wealthiest, one of the wealthiest schools in our district. And specifically, the ELP program has the lowest low income rate in our entire school district. It's underneath 5%. And that's where I went to school. I have friends that go to SLCSD. I know Superintendent Madden, you probably know Molly. Well, she has nothing else to say except that she's a product of SLCSD. So I think that's enough said. But, you know, I had several students in my grade leave Hawthorne to go to SLCSD. And I thought that was very exciting because, you know, I heard that they had tortoises and like bunnies over there. So I'm excited. But I do think that I'm looking at the district demographics for each of the schools. And it's listed that for the 2020 to 21 school year, Benyon not only has the lowest enrollment rate, but it also has one of the highest, a 100% low income rate. And the way I see it is that these students have the most to lose and the greatest to earn. They can have the school pulled out from under their feet. They won't have a school to go back to visit anymore. Their siblings won't go to the same school that they do. But I think that, you know, we really need to look at this in the terms of which students are going to gain the most. And the way I see it, that these 150 students, you'd be making their lives if you gave them the opportunity to work with SLCSD and to have this. I know that SLCSD has significantly worked in partnership with Benyon because that's the path that they seem to be wanting to pursue. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but I really think that, you know, looking at the numbers, looking at everything, those students at Benyon Elementary have the most to lose and the greatest to earn, and I think that they deserve it more than anybody else in this entire district.
Thanks, Dottie. Hoeli, did you want to speak a second time?
No.
Okay.
I'm scratching my ear.
Okay, then we can go back around if there's one more round. Other questions? Okay, go ahead, Kath.
So I just want to point out that I think Ellen has told us that we will not be able, without additional funding, to keep our schools at numbers where they are. And I think that's something we're going to have to face. It's a hard fact. We're going to have to look at it in the face and accept it. And so I'm not saying that Benyon should close, and I'm not saying that Benyon shouldn't be the SLCSD school. I'm just saying that we should study it and know that it should be the one before we make a commitment. We're moving too fast. We need to know the demographics. We need to know the census information. We need to know other things about our entire district. And then Mohammed called something into question that I said, and I just want to ask Matt Smith if to his knowledge, a board member came to his faculty last June, around the June timeframe, and started this without the knowledge of the other board members and without the knowledge of the current superintendent.
Catherine, let's not get into to
You know what?
personal back and forth.
Mohammed is,
I'm fine.
I'm just asking whether that's true or not. So he brought it up, and I think it's a fair question, because the question is in transparency and process.
The first time that we talked about Benyon and presented the Benyon idea to Superintendent Cunningham was before board member Salazar was elected to the school board. My first conversation with him, I believe, happened in 2018. And I told him about our idea at that point. So the conversations had been going for quite a while.
Did the other school board members know when it started in earnest to make a plan? And did the superintendent know at that time?
Superintendent Cunningham?
Yeah, or yes, Superintendent Cunningham, and that's when it was started.
We didn't get to the point where we were able to present to the board. It was a hard no from Superintendent Cunningham.
And did
I shouldn't have mentioned anything to board member Salazar at that time, and found out that from the superintendent.
And when you planned it, was were any other board members informed?
No.
Okay, that's my that was my question.
Thank you, Catherine. I think the question's been asked and answered. We've had a discussion about this. I'm open to taking a motion for action. It's up to the board. Go ahead, Nate.
Yes, I move that we move item number 7, the approval of SLCSD Benyon Elementary, to the action agenda item.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, the motion is that we move this topic of Benyon SLCSD to the action agenda, moved by Nate and seconded by Mohammed. Do I have any discussion to that motion?
Yes, I move an amendment to the motion to say that we explore a SLCSD Elementary at the best site, which might include Benyon, in the district for a year as we go forward with the plans to implement it in 2022.
So we can't take action on a motion like that until it's on action. So we can't take action on it until it's on action. So your amendment is that we study this for a year.
We go forward with the plans, but not determine that it has to be Benyon. It might be Benyon. Maybe that's the best place, but that we actually do it as part of a comprehensive study of the district.
Can I ask that we move this topic to action first before we make motions to take action on? Any discussion? We have a motion that we move this topic to action. We also have an amendment that we study this for a year, proceed with the SLCSD Elementary proposal, but not designate Benyon. I need a second for that amendment. Okay, so that motion doesn't have a second. We'll move to the main motion, which is we move the Benyon SLCSD Elementary School to action. Any other discussion to that main motion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Jorge, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Makes sense.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, no.
Okay, so now this topic is on action, and I'm open to accepting a motion on the topic of Benyon as a SLCSD Elementary School.
Move that we approve SLCSD Benyon Elementary as proposed and discussed in the board meeting.
And now that it is on action, I can present my amendment.
Still need a second.
You're muted, Melissa, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wally. The motion is that we approve Slicksy Benyon as discussed in this board meeting. Nate, is that the motion?
Yeah, just as we've discussed it collectively as a board, to move forward with the superintendent's proposal of the pilot relative to the, spending next year recruiting and preparing teachers and the environment of the school for implementation in the subsequent school year.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion? That we move forward with Slicksy Benyon is proposed to move forward with a pilot implementation, 3-year pilot implementation of Slicksy Benyon. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay.
And I move that to amend the motion, that we continue with the plan, that we use the year and prepare to start a Slicksy Elementary School. But that we use this year to study needs in our district, study enrollment patterns in our district, study the census information that we'll receive, think about financial aspects, and consult with Alan. And in order to make the best decision, which may be Benyon in the long term and may not.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, so the motion is move that we continue with the plan to proceed with planning for a Slicksy Elementary School and spend a year discussing and studying census data, enrollment trends, and financial aspects, and other factors. Financial. To determine which school would implement the Slicksy model, which elementary school would implement the Slicksy model, including possibly Benyon. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to that motion? My 2 cents on that is that we do need to discuss census and enrollment financial implications, other factors for all things about enrollment, but that I would like to see the support that we could be implemented toward supporting Benyon begin as soon as possible. So I am reluctant to wait that year. It's just my thoughts on that. Any other discussion to the motion? OLE?
I think we need to do that. I think we could think about just generally other stuff though. I don't think it has to stop I think Benyon needs to move forward in terms of their plans. But I think what Catherine's bringing up is, I think generally the actions we need to be taking for our strategic plan in general. Because we do need to do all of that stuff for everything, because she makes very clear points. Like we need to understand the money of the schools. We need to understand, around September when we start looking at the census data, there's a lot of stuff we need to do, but I don't think I'm not going to be supporting the amendment just because I think we're going to be doing that anyways. But the Benyon's plan or pilot plan should keep moving forward, and we can see, and during that research time, how that looks like for the other schools, not only for Benyon, not only for Slicksy, but for ELP, for all the other programs, the IB, elementary, all these different stuff.
Sorry, go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, we just have to start somewhere. There are 150 students out there, and us waiting a year, delaying something a year, That's 150 students that will be affected. Some of them are going to be graduating, and some of them still have hope that something is going to happen. Sometimes we have to take drastic decisions to be able to move forward. We may not like the decisions, but at least we can think in the long run. Yes, it's not the perfect thing, but I know we take little things that are not perfect and we make them better every year. Every year we add to them and make them better. And one day we would love to see SLCSD be, more like an olive branch that's feeding every school in our district. And the only way for this to happen is if we take a leap of faith and we move. Let's help those students, 150 students. And imagine, let's put ourselves in the shoe of those students. I would like someone that they will be able to rescue, help me, find a good path. And we owe it to those students, let's put everything that we have aside, our differences or so, but we can think for the sake of those 150 students, for the sake of those teachers in there and every staff in there. All we are trying to do is do something that is right, something that is good. It's not perfect, but better than nothing.
Any other discussion to this amendment?
A comment to make in
Okay,
response.
Go ahead, Catherine.
I see what you're saying, Mohammed. We have probably 3,000 to 4,000 students at the surrounding schools. And those schools will be put into jeopardy by this decision. We can't have a district of 27 schools at 200, 250 students. And so we need to figure out where's the best place. And if Benyon isn't the right place, it'll be much harder to remove it than it will be to decide maybe it is the best place. It's central. It could be. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying this is not about our differences. This is about saying, we need to think about the needs of all the kids in the district, certainly the 150 kids at Benyon. But we need to think about the 4,000 students that surround that and the fact that their schools likely will be impacted by this decision.
Thanks, Catherine. Any other discussion to this amendment? Let me read the motion. Catherine, moved by Catherine, seconded by Christy, that we continue with the plan to proceed with planning for a Salt Lake City Center for Science Education, SLCSD elementary school, and spend the next year discussing and studying census enrollment, financial information, and other factors to determine which elementary school will implement the SLCSD model, including possibly Benyon. Let's go ahead and vote on that motion.
Huele, no.
Jenny Sika, no.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, no to the amendment.
Mohammed, no.
Melissa Ford, no.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, so that amendment does not pass, which brings us back to the main motion, which the motion was moved by Nate and seconded by Mohammed, that we proceed with the SLCSD Benyon Elementary School as proposed and discussed tonight, and move forward with the pilot program for SLCSD Benyon.
I actually seconded this one.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you,
You're good.
Boeli. I wrote that down wrong. Okay, that's the main motion. Any discussion to it? All right, let's go ahead and vote on the main motion.
Huele, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, no.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, no.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you for the discussion, board members. Moving on to the next.
Melissa, before we move on, I would just like to say that now that we've made this decision about Benyon and moving forward with the SLCSD model, I just want to remind our board that it is going to be a difficult discussion that we have, because now we are saying that we invest in small schools. And so, Alan, it is going to be a difficult discussion, that we have looking at what that really does mean. I appreciate that Board Member Kennedy brought up that it is important for us to look at our demographics and look at our enrollment, district-wide. And so as we move forward, with this pilot that's going to be over at Benyon, that we really do now commit as a board to have this on our agenda, because we have pushed it off and it has not been a part of our agenda, talking about what our enrollment looks like, maybe possibly having Davis demographics come back in, waiting for the census data that will be coming out in probably September, October. And, at that point, Dr. Gatson, being able to sit down and really look at what does that look like district-wide. So there may be some hard decisions, but at the same time, there's going to be a preponderance of evidence and data that, Alan, you're probably going to need to provide to us to see, what does that really look like? What's the threshold? And which is going to be a really hard discussion to have. So I appreciate the opportunity, to say that, to wrap that up, and for the discussion that we've had tonight.
We've certainly committed ourselves to ongoing conversations about this, and thank you for that, Christy. The next item on the discussion agenda is Board Policy P6, the administrative procedures for district-specific teacher licensing. If Ms. Kindle is still on the call, I'd love to. Okay, thank you, Christina.
No worries. I
Thanks
can
for being with
quickly
us.
explain that we put the board approved this policy. It's something that's required by the Utah State Board of Education, and the administrative procedures are pretty well scripted by the administrative code outlining this new process for teachers to get district-specific licenses or district-specific endorsements that are valid in the district in which they want to work in. So this is our specific administrative procedures to implement the USBE's required policy and procedures for district-specific licensing. So there's not really anything too unique about this specific to our district. State law pretty much lays it all out exactly what we have to do, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions from board members? I'm sure you've had a chance to read through these procedures. As you'll recall, and Ms. Kindle pointed out, we did approve this policy a few meetings ago.
So, Board President Ford, I just want to thank Ms. Kindle again for the work that she does for the policy committee and how concise she is with what she presented to us. And that's what is before you today. So thank you, Ms. Kindle, for the work that you do for the board around our policies.
Yeah, I would like to echo my thanks to Ms. Kindle and also to the policy subcommittee. It's a significant investment of time and thought on all of our policies, and I'm proud of the process that we review these policies in an ongoing way, and we certainly couldn't do that without Ms. Kindle. So thank you. Any other discussion to these procedures, questions for Ms. Kindle about these procedures? They are here because they're brand new. If there's no discussion or questions, I would be open to taking a motion to move these procedures to action.
I'll make that motion that we move P6 administrative procedures, district-specific teacher licensing to action.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay. Christy motion and Nate second. Any discussion to moving it to action? Let's go ahead and vote on moving P6 administrative procedures, district-specific teacher licensing to action.
Huele, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay.
President
so-
Ford, would you also take a motion for action
Yes.
for, may I make
Yes.
a motion that we accept P6, our administrative procedures, district-specific teacher licensing?
Okay, motion
Second
by
it.
Christie, seconded by Hoel Lee. Any discussion to this motion? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on P6 administrative procedures, district-specific licensing, that we accept them.
Will yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. The last item on our discussion agenda is the board professional development guidelines. They are not attached to this agenda, but they were sent to you. Nate, maybe you can screen share and pull them up.
Certainly. Superintendent, would you mind allowing screen share for me, and I'll go ahead and pull those up real quick. Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay, so this is what I sent out yesterday. The only real change I made from the previous time that we discussed this is relative to the timing that you'll see under number 5, under one of the
Okay, we're back.
Are we back? Can you guys hear me at least?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try that one more time. Okay, can you all see what I sent out? Okay, so this is very similar, if not exactly the same, to what we discussed a few weeks ago in our last board meeting. The only real change that I made is under number 5, under the 4th bullet point there relative to comments and the timing of our comments that we'd be making. Originally, I had it at 3 minutes, as we discussed in various iterations throughout this process. We've also potentially discussed a 2 minute to 1 minute, or the 3 minute to 2 minute ratios that we're looking at there. Otherwise, these are all things that we've discussed before, things that we participated in our board professional development in January. I did have the opportunity to run these guidelines past Ann McFarland from Jurassic Parliament, which was one of the reasons that it did take me a little bit longer to get these out to you. I did want her eyes and thoughts on this, and she was quite approving of what I have put together here, and certainly said it can benefit our meetings moving forward. And I actually think it's had a profound impact on our meetings as well. So I this is what we have for right now. I think the big pieces to this are appointing a parliamentarian. I know that Ms. Kindle has been participating in training relative to parliamentary procedure, and I believe Patrick Tanner's been brushing up on that as well, so maybe they can alternate. Maybe we pick one of them tonight. And then the other significant piece is really granting point of order privileges to Superintendent Madden and Business Administrator Kearsley. If there's anybody else that we need to do that with, we can talk about that. But otherwise, in a lot of ways, we've already been practicing this, and I would hope that we can adopt these formally and officially. 1, knowing that we've had a training on this. 2, knowing that we've been putting them to practice, and that we have gone through a bit of a process to bring this back to the board today. I would turn it back over to President Ford if she has any other direction that she would be seeking in this agenda item.
Thank you for moving through that quickly, Nate. I think my recommendation would be that we ask if she's willing, Ms. Kindle, to be our parliamentarian. She's doing or has done the training with Jurassic Parliament so that she's trained and familiar with the language that we have been trained on and how to do that. And I think that there's many reasons that it makes sense to ask Ms. Kendall to be our parliamentarian. I support Hoeli as our timekeeper. I think he does a great job of that, and I think the 3 minutes and 2 minutes works. It does probably make it a little harder to keep our meetings shorter, but I do want to make sure that I give board members the time they feel like they need to express their thoughts and opinions, and certainly appreciate the things I learn and think about based on those conversations. And I'm in support of point of order privileges to the superintendent and business administrator. But I'll take discussion on these guidelines.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm the timekeeper, and so I kind of see trends. I think, yeah, I think because what we tend to do is we put on discussion. Sometimes I think we tend to have a lot of this, which is good. We have a lot of discussion, and we do use, everybody really does get close to the 3 minutes. I think that's good. And then when we get the second round, the 2 minutes is good for discussion. But every time we go to action, everybody goes under 2. And so I think the only thing, if we would change anything, is like discussion. When we're having discussion, the first round is 3 minutes, second round is 2 minutes. But once we're in action, to really get us to action, because we should have had the discussion, I think we can have the first round 2 minutes and the second round 1 minute during action. So that's my only recommendation based on the trends of what I've seen all of us do. We already do that, and I think it's helpful to have us move so we don't get stuck on action. So that's the only kind of like change I would say on there. Is everything is 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and then action is the only unique part where then we could do 2 minutes, 1 minute.
Thanks, Jenny.
So when it says to commit to 3 to 4 hours after those, then you just leave, or?
Yeah. So I think, yes, hold me to it. We will do better about that.
I think that's a really good point, Jenny. It was very hypocritical that at 5 hours tonight, we didn't table the rest of our agenda. I mean, when we read this, and I just want to point that out, that really, if we're holding to these standards, we were at 5 hours when I moved that we should table the rest of our agenda. We didn't do it. And that's, consistently the case. And it's very difficult to meet for this long a night, meeting after meeting after meeting.
Thanks, Catherine. Do you have any other comments on these guidelines?
I would say that I just want to point out that many of us had an earlier training with Ann McFarland a couple of years ago. So some of us have had double trainings with, I think at least Melissa, Christy, and I have had multiple trainings. Including also at a conference.
Okay, Christy.
Thanks, Melissa. So to go by what you and I think that probably shouldn't use the word love, but I like the idea that Hoeli has put forward for the action agenda. I think that's a good idea, a good amendment to put in. I agree. Ms. Kendall would be a great parliamentarian. She has served in that position before, and now that she has taken the training with Ann McFarland, I think that's a great idea. Providing point of orders for the superintendent and the business administrator, I think is also a good idea. And I would just say, for clarification, when we commit to a 3 or 4 hour meeting, that means from the minute we walk into the door, whether it's a study session, to the end of it. So, that we are very cognizant of. And the way that you do that is not so much about, how many minutes, which I appreciated you saying, Melissa, because you're trying to keep on top of that. It's about how many items we have on our agenda. And so let's just, try and go back to what we were talking about, to scale back as much as we possibly can. And if we end up having, and I'm not a proponent of extra meetings, but if we have to have an extra meeting so that we can have a 3 hour meeting versus a longer meeting, then that's something that we should discuss as a board.
Thank you, Christy. Jenny?
Is there a reason why we have certain like the items that we take forever on are at the ending? Like is like we can't move that in the agenda to be at the top because that's where we take a lot of our conversations and our discussions. The other ones we breeze by it real quickly.
The reports and the timing. Yeah, we can certainly, that's something that we've talked about and have talked about moving things in different order in the agenda and trying to set times with them. Thanks, Jenny.
That would possibly be helpful.
Yeah, I know usually the agenda is done by the presidency and along with the, I'm so tired. You see why we have to be done at 3 hours? and the superintendent. So probably what would be good is like if we're all involved in the agenda in a way that's like, let's say you have a list of things that's going to be that you're thinking about that needed to be put in the agenda, and you can like send the list to all of us and we can like, you know, narrow it down, because I have a feeling we could be done like in 2.5, 3 hours if we have a consolidated agenda. And we can make it happen. So probably you see what I'm trying to say? So if all of us get involved in that, that might help a lot.
Thank you. We can certainly work on that. We have a lot of work to do, as has been acknowledged tonight, and that's something that we'll commit to. I do want these to be board agendas, and there's a process in our board handbook about getting things put on agendas and board members wanting to talk about things. And we do have a list that we're working through that was generated by the previous board, and we are working through that.
I do see Dottie
and I saw somebody else's hand, but yeah, Dottie, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, in the spirit of really long meetings, I have my IB Spanish oral tomorrow morning, so can I go? Okay.
Bye. Thanks for
Okay,
sticking
thank
with
you.
us.
Yeah. See ya.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Thanks. Bye.
Catherine.
You know, in the past, when Heather and I were in board leadership, we would have an agenda draft sent out before every agenda setting meeting, and board members were allowed to provide feedback. When Tiffany and Melissa were in presidency, they stopped that, and I'd love to see that go forward again. It was a great way for us all to participate. So every time there would be 2 agenda drafts sent to the entire board before the leadership met. Also, we used to invite a third person to that meeting. It happened to be Christy. She was the most flexible at that time. And she was usually the person that was invited in fact, but we should maybe cycle through with 3 people going to that meeting, anyone that can. So there's no reason why it just should be to only our board leaders, that everyone should have an opportunity to sit in. But those are 2 practices, I think, that make agenda setting much more inclusive and transparent and available to the rest of the board. And we might have been able to cycle through, instead of discussing several things that were maybe priorities of our leaders, we might have been able to cycle through all the things that we've talked about.
There's something I've heard and talked to boards about is electing a third, a secretary as a board member, and something that we could address. Certainly it's something that, we're working on, and we're working on trying to keep this as transparent as possible, and are certainly open to the feedback we receive, and we'll keep working on it.
Well, it's really a board decision, Melissa. It's not a leadership decision. So we should probably discuss it as a board, whether we want a secretary, whether we want to.
We should.
It's not. Yeah, but the way you're saying it is like, well, we'll take that into consideration.
No. We should discuss that. What I would like to do is take action on these guidelines as we've been doing that, and certainly am open to the discussion about a secretary or a third board member to participate in however you want to designate that, to participate in those agenda setting meetings.
So Melissa, could I make a motion?
Yeah.
So I'd like to move the meeting guidelines for Salt Lake City Board of Education with the amendment that Hoel Lee brought for the action agenda to go to, say it one more time, Hoel Lee.
So first round 2 minutes, second round 1 minute.
Can you add that, Nate, to that? As stated in front of us to the action agenda.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Moved by Christy and seconded by Nate that we move these board meeting guidelines for our Board of Education to action with the addition of the 3 minutes for discussion with 2 minutes to follow, and for action 2 minutes with 1 minute to follow. A discussion of moving this to action. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on moving it to action.
Relay, yes.
Janisika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes. President Ford, I also like to make a motion on the action agenda that we accept the meeting guidelines for the Salt Lake City Board of Education as amended.
Second that as well.
Second. Any discussion to that motion? I would like to add that we appoint Christina Kindle as our parliamentarian. If the board is fine to keep it as Christina or Patrick so that we have two when they're available, I'm also open to that. But my feeling on it is that it should probably be Christina in a regular way.
I'll accept that amendment.
If you want to just add that to your motion.
So the motion would be to accept the meeting guidelines for the Salt Lake City Board of Education with the amendment of the action agenda and appointing Christina Kindle as our parliamentarian.
Okay. Do I have a second to that?
Still second.
Okay, let's vote on that amendment.
Relay, yes.
Janisika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. Thank you, board members, for this conversation. As we wrap up, moving to...
We voted only on the amendment. We have to vote on the motion.
Oh, yeah. Let's vote on the motion. Okay, let's vote on the motion.
Relay, yes.
Janisika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. Moving from discussion, we've taken care of our action agenda items. The last is board member report. I have a couple of things, and I first want to, I can open that to the board if you've got
Melissa,
things you'd
I'll
like
go
to
first.
report.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just have a few things so I can start. Could we please have the archives restored back onto our webpage? Right now, the archives only go back to 2013-14. So Alan, I don't know if that's something you could ask Sam to restore that. I look at those archives all the time. I went back this week to try and find some things that were back in the early 2000s, but they're only going to 2013-14. So unless there's a click I'm missing, I'm not sure, but could we see if we could get those restored back? Because they used to be on there until we changed our new format.
You know, how far back?
I think they were to 2000. You know, I mean, I think that a 20-year perspective is good, you know, for us to have.
Because I know
if we
there were
need to
some
look back.
discussions of how far back do we really need to keep them on the
Yeah.
web page. I
Yeah.
mean, they're still available, but just not on the web page.
Well, and they're really under our meetings, you know, so it can just be under the board, you know, so it's not something that people are going to normally go but as a board member, I use them. So I would like to have those back. Also, I'm happy to ask a second board member to do this, but this was something that was a priority, for our board to talk about board compensation. So I would like that to be put back onto our agenda in the next 2 board meetings, please. And Melissa, if you would like me to do that in a formal way with a second board member, I'd be happy to do that to follow our policy. Would you like me to do that? Okay. And then I know that we had a conversation when we talked about the 9 line and State Street, that we were going to have some RDAs that were coming off, I think in 23 and 24. So could we also have that as a part of our conversation in small groups? Could you look at that and just make sure, Alan, about those RDAs and what that might mean as far as tax increments that we would be receiving? I think there's 3 of them, but I can't remember specifically. Thanks. That's it. Oh, and I just want to thank my SCCs. They do a great job.
Okay. Are there other board member reports? I
remind the board that NSBA is this weekend. I think we're all registered. I think, I think that it's a great opportunity to get some good training, and I hope everyone participates, because I think also we should know that the registration is worth it, but not inexpensive. So Alan, do you remember how much it is per person?
This year they offered a group rate, so we paid one group rate for 9 participants.
Okay.
But it was a couple $1,000s for the 9 participants.
So I just encourage board members to keep that in mind, that we paid money for this, that it's great training opportunities. I've got other things to say, but as usual, we've gone so long in our meeting that I'll wait to say them some other time. But I also want to thank my SECs for doing a great job, especially the elementary schools, working on their plans and things like that.
Thank you, Catherine. Coeli?
Yeah, so I met last week, during spring break, with some of the Title VI. And for those that don't know what Title VI is, it's what is it called? American Indian Education. Super outdated name, but Indigenous Native American students in our school district. And so it's the federal thing that then goes to the state, and then in our school district we have people, right, coordinators. Generally, I met with them. They were super nice. It was right before my birthday. And even they one of the people saying in their indigenous language, happy birthday to me, was super nice. But I love meeting with them. And I think a big takeaway for me with meeting with them was, I think our board, and of course with there's an urgency, but also I think the thing is when Dr. Gadsden starts meeting with us in like a retreat or type of way, a study session is, I think, required for our board to understand Title VI. I don't know how many of us board members understand what Title VI is and our responsibilities, and just even the demographics and just the issues that are there, because I think it's well overdue that Indigenous people in general are not listened to or prioritized, and we do need to prioritize because we are on stolen land. And so yes, so I think just generally, like, I guess there's a formal way for me to ask for a study session or whatever, but just, I think we need a study session, especially with Dr. Gadsden in general, in that conversation about what Title VI is, because in Utah, this is a specific issue, and how Title VI is for the registered tribes that are here. And then the other cool, nice thing that is that, I live in Precinct 1, and North Stars, I actually went to North Star when I was in elementary school. There's a teacher there that has like a grant program. And then on Wednesdays, when it's asynchronous, tomorrow I'm going to be working out with some of the students and parents that they have a Zumba little class. So I just want to say that there's just great stuff happening in our school district, and I'm glad to be part of my community and the leaders that are in our school district, from the teachers, the parents, and the students. And so I just wanted to give them a shout out too. I'll take some pictures and I'll put it on my Instagram.
Yeah, thank you. Mohammed?
See what happens when we go above 4 hours. Okay, so if you run into someone who has transferred their kids to other district, do not be shy of asking them to bring their kids back. I've done that multiple times, in the Moroccan style, and it works. And so also, with the recent events against Asian communities, my heart goes out to them. I wish there are words that I could say to soften the blow of that. There is not. The only way for that to get better is for us to be there and stand up for what is right. And if you see someone out there getting bullied, getting pushed, don't just stand there and be afraid. Go out there. What's going to happen? They're going to punch you down? Okay, someone else is going to come. So stand up for our minorities, wherever they may be. It was so sad to see all those things happening. It just breaks my heart. America is much better than that. And yeah, so that's what I would like to say. And I just would like to give a quick note here in Arabic and in French to people who may have questions to reach out to me. سيداتي سادات كما تعرفون أنا اسمي محمد وأنا هنا مع سكول بورد سالت ليك سيتي. أرجوكم إذا احتجتم لأي شيء أرجوكم أن تتصلوا بي، ورقم هاتفي هو 801-358-0254. أرجوكم. Mes amis, mes sœurs, mes frères, si tu as des questions, si tu as des problèmes, s'il te plaît, tu peux me texter sur mon téléphone. Mon numéro de téléphone, c'est 801 351 0254. Merci beaucoup et je vous souhaite une très bonne semaine. That's it.
Thank you, Mohammed. If there aren't other reports, I'd just like to quickly restate that we had talked about NSBA. If you haven't received the link to log in, perhaps reach out to Liz Baldwin. She sent an email just letting you know where to reach out for that. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we do have the ability to meet here during that lunch break if you'd like to. That space will be available here. And I'll echo what's been said. It's something that we should participate in. There's lots of good information and training that comes from that. I've also committed to doing a report on the negotiation committee. We've had our first meetings. They were mostly just introductory meetings so that the team members could get to know each other and we could establish guidelines and parameters for those meetings. And we'll continue to keep the board updated and the community updated on the process of those negotiations. So thank you for everything.
Melissa, did you say that we could meet here what day for NSBA?
Friday at lunchtime.
So it would be Friday. Okay.
Yeah. And I'd love for you to reach out to me to let me know if you'll be here. And I think we determined that the lunch was at, I'm going to get it wrong, Christy, maybe it was at 1. But right. I'll send something out to the board tomorrow about that.
Okay, so yeah, that's the second day of the conference. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I would like to provide that space and opportunity for the board to be together if we would like to be for that time. You can participate in the conference from here if that's more comfortable for you. And then we'll also provide the space for lunch on Friday. And then the negotiation update. And I want to give the time quickly to the superintendent and then to call us adjourned.
Yeah, I really don't have anything to add. And we did for the NSBA, though, extend the invitation to Dr. Gadsden to participate. So we had a spot for him. I don't know if he's going to be there or not. Alan, do you know? Yeah.
I've
Anyway.
not heard for sure, but he has received the information.
Okay.
And he was with us for much of the night and has access to our agendas. And I know the superintendent and business administrator have been working with him as we begin the transition time with him. So I'm appreciative of that. Thank you for your time, board members. I do appreciate the conversation, and the depth that you bring to these conversations is important. So I'll call this meeting adjourned.